There we go, that's my audio setup. Oh, hi Terry. I've just been gone a little while. How have you been? Now let's get out of here. Got a little bit done on this over the past 2 days. I got the hedges in and even managed to find a decent spot for the kitchens. Now, let's get this one done. So, what you been up to? Okay, oh, that's cool. Got a stomach bug. Curse it anyway. Yeah, I was in with my GP yesterday. Some kind of stomach bug. Not much they can do, and just wait it out. They seem to be going. A tummy bug. The Outer Worlds 2. Interesting game. I was actually checking it out. It's been released a while. I know Xbox had an outage in the US, but I think it's doing pretty horrible. I think on Steam it's only sold 40,000 copies, which is almost unheard of. Of course, they'll say a lot too. Let's say that obviously that's because they're getting it for well, not for free, but they're getting it on what's it called, Game Pass. But the numbers are still, wow, ridiculously bad. Yeah. I think, after the first one there was a lot of hype. A lot of people wanted to play. I think a lot of people were disappointed with the first one. So then when the second one came up, it most likely paid the price. Although, let's say, charging what was it, £100 for the so-called premium edition of Outer Worlds, I think was taking the mickey, to be honest. And I think the bonus you got, I was looking at it, was a negative, and it was ranting on about you're consuming too much. Oh God, those people are crazy. You found your first glitch. Oh, so that's what the message was. I'll check it out a little bit later. Yeah, not my thing anymore. When Obsidian were doing the likes of New Vegas and that, more so. Now, okay, let's get this done. I'll just get something to drink. You okay, Rex? Yeah, he's in his cage tonight. He hasn't been well. Apparently he has a tummy bug as well. It seems to be going for doggos as well. Now, get something to drink and then we'll do this. Yeah, 40,000 copies on Steam so far. I think, let's say, compared to the first Outer Worlds, it's only done, I think in the same amount of time, 1/5 of the sales, and that was on Game Pass as well. But yeah, Xbox is a company in a lot of trouble. I think with the companies they bought, the likes of BGS and is it Activision they bought? I think they did. There were companies in decline as well. They're a bit off a large chunk, to be honest. Be interesting to see how they do over the next couple of years.
Let's go.
There's a lot of bugs going around, but always this time of year anyway. Yeah, we have to stick to the horse again. I'm looking for that silly NPC. Yeah, what's this? I think I've already gotten this one, haven't I? Yeah, I was down here a moment ago. Okay, so we're going to Denica. Well, actually, we took the wrong road. Right, back to the horse. It's pretty humid here now. Is it the same in the UK, Terry? I'd say it's, well, I haven't got anything to gauge temperature, but I can feel it. It's about, well, inside of my home, and I haven't run the heating in weeks. I would say it's about top end of the 80s in percentage. Yeah, it's a bit nippy outside, but it's kind of drizzly as well, so it's never really too cold. I don't know, lately I'm absolutely useless for any kind of heat. Yeah, maybe it's something got to do with my blood pressure as well. Who knows? Yeah, but it's always cold in the UK, isn't it? Yeah, especially this time of year. No, it's not too bad out here. But as I said, it's been kind of drizzly today, so you know the temperature will always be pretty temperate.
Don't let that fool you. He really is an idiot.
What can I do? I've been abandoned.
Now, let's see, there's only a certain amount of things we want here, and it's just a yellow dye. And... okay. We just get our little rounds done and then we'll get back. There's a couple of quests on the settlement as well I need to do. As well.
Hope to see
Now,
you
there should be
soon.
2 more here. There's King's.
How is life treating you?
I think I need 7 multigrain.
Only the best
Let me have a look here. Just get the onion and 7 multigrain. Rex, relax. You okay? Yeah, just relax, doggo. Yeah, I think we need 7 of those. That should get that guy out of the way. Now, Rex, you're annoying me now. Stop it. Rex, stop. Go on. Go to bed. I don't like putting him in a cage, but he's been very, very ill. You know, so he's been getting sick a little bit. So, you know, I've got all the stuff down in the cages. It's quite a big one. And it's got that kind of plastic tray, so it's easier to clean. And anyway, I need to quarantine him a bit, you know, from the other doggos. It's probably too late to probably, you know, there was a bug going, but still.
See you
You
soon.
have to be careful. Panic attack, yeah? Oh, let's see. We got the bread, we got the berries, we got the cheese. Yeah, we're done with that one anyway. Now, there's one more guy here. Where is he? Where's this farmer guy?
Have you
Come
ever
on.
done
There
any
he is.
quest for the king?
There he is. We just get this guy and then we're out of here.
Trade is in my name.
I never checked for animal feed, but I suppose we can make any of that we might need. Yeah, just the onions. Okay. Yeah, okay. Yeah, we'll take our time through this. Check it out a bit.
You good luck.
Right, okay, I've done that one, and that one. Well, I have to make my way back there to cash in that quest. Then just... there's so few to do. Okay, we'll go to this one. We'll actually end on that one. That one there. We'll probably have to wait outside and stay the night. Where's my horsey? Which way are we going? This way here.
The only time when you're not sure if you're swimming for
And some fireworks and...
Yeah, we'll have to go by horse from now on because of that stupid NPC. I met him early on in the game, but I didn't have to sign up, so I couldn't do the challenge. Oh, hi, Cajun. And how have you been? Yeah, not too bad. Just a little bit of a tummy bug. I was in with my dog today. Yeah, not much they can do. They just give you some antibiotics, which are kind of useless. And it's just one of those kind of 48-hour kind of bug things. But after that, pretty good. Yeah, I think we all do, but it's kind of part and parcel of life, isn't it, Terry? You know. Yeah, it's a huge part of life. No. Oh, that's good. And your cat. Ah, I got my doggos here. Nice, nice. Was fun, yeah? Cool. Yeah, Twitch bans are extremely annoying. Every time you're chatting, Cajun, and this is Twitch, it posts you up as returning chatter, and when a returning chatter box comes up, it pauses the kind of chat text, and then I've got to literally do a touch screen. Yeah. They really need to work on their software on Twitch. A little split up, yeah? Yeah, let me just drag this on a bit. Yeah, it's really brutal. But like, ironically, anything got to do with Xbox when it comes to software is a disaster. All of the software, there's a lot of buffering and stammering and stuff. Very, very unreliable. You've got to refresh screens every 5 seconds on Xbox. And Xbox really, made their name from software. So you've got probably the world's leading software company, and they can't do a proper app for their Xbox. They're really, really, really out of touch. Arc Raiders, yeah. I've heard about that. Yeah, I was looking at that. Apparently it's been very successful, but the critics are not saying a word about that. They're all hyping on about Outer Worlds 2, which apparently has been doing pretty bad on Steam. Did you see the Steam numbers for that? Even though it's just been released a few days. I think it's only sold, so far it's only sold 40,000, just over 40,000 copies. I think the first one, I think it's doing about 17 or 20% the kind of volume that the first one did. But I kind of said that when I seen the first one. I said a lot of the sales for that would have been, people just thinking that it was going to be really, decent. And then when they got a taste of that, they said, okay, we've had enough of that one. The first one, yeah. But apparently it's doing pretty bad. People have been saying it's just kind of too low budget, too kind of mid, But I think mostly it's the price, the price for a game like that. You're expecting, something a bit more, I suppose. The Outer Wars 2, yeah. But apparently this Arc thing you're on about, that's been doing pretty good. And then the Game Awards are coming up. Not that that makes a difference, because, you've got a bunch of critics there like, well, we know about the Game Awards. It's rigged almost as badly as FIFA is, Pretty cheap, yeah. You're probably here then in Europe somewhere, where the prices didn't affect us, let's say, unless we end our subscription. Oh, absolutely not, yeah. Yes, you're okay. The only two countries affected, let's say, would have been the UK and the US, where the prices went up even if you already had a prescription, at the $20 that they were paying. Apparently everywhere else, you're okay. Except if you end your subscription and start again, then you're paying full price. Kind of like blackmail in a way. Oh, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's pretty good. But they're really getting a tough end of the stick, let's say, in the US and the UK. The US, I'd say, would be, their biggest customer. But apparently the profits that Microsoft set for Xbox, I think 30% profit or something like that. It's kind of crazy, to be honest, overall. Seeing as I think the average profit margin, I think, when you're making games and producing that, I think it's something like, the top range would be 17 to maybe 20%. But Xbox has been doing, I think, on average every year, they're giving about 10-12% return. And that was at the old prices. Switch back to PC. You're probably better off. You know that. Yeah, you're probably better off. Maybe PC might be more expensive, but, there's so much more you can get on it, Excuse me. I think we're better off just sleeping here. Yeah, it's getting a little bit on the dark side. So let's use the force. Will do. The 9070 XT looks like a good card. Nice. The latest one I have, the 1590, it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah, I was actually looking at it. From what I could see, it ranges anywhere between 2900 to about 3400 for the graphics chip. So let's say about an average of maybe $3,000. That's pretty ridiculous, isn't it, just for a card? But I refuse to believe that, it's costing anywhere near that to produce. I wonder what the markup is on those, Cajun. Yeah, what the profit margin is. Yeah, but I do know the profit margin on TVs and other electrical equipment, it's massive. It's like 200%. So if you give $3,000 for a TV, it's cost the company about $1,000 all in. That's manufacture, shipping, wages, taxes, everything. That's about it. Especially in the UK. Yeah. Probably. Yeah, but I'm talking about, when I used to kind of look into it. That was back in the 90s actually. I remember I was chatting with a guy. But yeah. Oh, sweet mother of... Oh, no. That's the worst about a free market too, isn't it, Cajun? 600-700% it's ridiculous. Yeah, how are people supposed to live? No, not here. The average markup on something here depends. But it's getting worse. Basically... stores here, grocery stores, and other guys, they've been jumping on the bandwagon and kind of raising their prices at the same time, the exact same amount, kind of cartel of that thing. But the profit margin here, I'd say on any item the maximum would be probably about 100%, which I think is too much. I don't really drink. I think over the past 10 years, I think I've drank maybe one short a year. So don't kind of drink at home, or let's say buy it for a supermarket. If I'm at a social function, I'm forced to have one drink just to be sociable. I will. But I'd say it's all gone pretty expensive for 150. Yeah. Oh, the bars have always had a massive markup. It's like here, let's say, if you went to an off license, you get a kind of popular summer drink would be a large Bulmers. That would be about maybe, this is a long time ago, about 450. And no, actually about 350, and I think in the bar was something like 6. But the markup is still not as bad as that. So you've got what, 150, you've got what, about 300% markup. Here in the bars, it's more like max maybe about anywhere from maybe 150 to 200%, depending, obviously. Yeah, never heard of it. But beer or alcohol, pretty much all the same. It kind of differs. If you get a spot maybe that's a bit of a tourist trap, it seems that the more custom they get and the more money they get, the more they raise their prices, kind of thing, which is kind of unbelievable, isn't it? Yeah, so am I. Yeah, but the bar would argue that it's got a ton of overheads, and it does too. It's got insurance, liability insurance, staff, all of that stuff. But still, it's a massive markup. It would all depend too on how much business to be doing. But it doesn't really matter, even if they get enough business for, a ton of profit, it won't stop them raising prices. But at the same time, it is a good excuse to raise prices if you're not getting the business. Well, that's the story with that, isn't it? I remember, I'm old enough to remember in the 70s Cajun here. Well, I was just a kid. But I remember that a hyperinflation started because, companies and businesses got together and they kind of formed a cartel, squeezing everyone. But the prices went so high that I think the government got involved and they passed a law of a certain kind of maximum profit you could get from something. And by law, you had to print the maximum price someone could charge you on the item. So let's say if you bought a beer and the government said, well, the maximum thing you can charge for that is, let's say, €2. So that would be printed, on the can. And if somebody charged you more than €2, well, that was a criminal offence. That's how bad it got in the 70s. But I think after things kind of cooled down, they stopped that law. I can barely remember it from my memory that they literally had to put the price on every item. I remember someone saying, I think it might have been my granddad or something, that in Dublin City, for instance, that let's say taking prices and taking, let's say, inflation into account, to buy a head of cabbage, a vegetable, let's say, would have cost in today's money about 10 or 15 euros. It was insane. The greed was unbelievable. Yeah, it's just getting there slowly. Yeah, they're doing a kind of slow approach. But every time I go to my supermarkets, let's say you're going to get an average of 20 items. Well, at least 3 to 4 of those items will have gone up at least 10%. And this is every single time. And I go about once a week, once every 10 days. So you have to kind of think about it. If this keeps going on for, relentlessly, it will get to the stage where people will be priced out of buying food. Yeah. All day, the prices there can be, yeah. Oh yeah, it depends. Yeah, it depends. Well, it's not against the law to charge whatever you want. You could have that beer and you could ask 20 euros for it. And if people are willing to give that, it's like an old saying, something is only worth what people are willing to pay for it. So it's kind of supply and demand, and it's, well, to be honest, the big problem I see is, the supermarket chains and whatever the case may be, it's more than coincidence. If I go to one supermarket, let's say, and a certain item has gone up, let's say 50 cent, maybe 10 or 15%, I'll go to 3 other supermarket chains, and the same item will have gone up exactly the same thing, you know. Even though, let's say supply and demand and all that is all the same. So definitely what they're doing is they're working in sync. It's because someone doesn't want to be cheaper than the other, and they don't want to start a little price war because they're not going to win. But if you need food, so if even in the morning, let's say, if all the supermarkets said, okay, we're raising the prices of everything by 100%, there's nothing anyone can do about it. It's not illegal. It's brutal, yeah. But to be honest, I was often in clubs occasion in the 80s when money was money, when, let's say it would have been, £10 sterling, let's say for a drink, for a beer. And in today's money with inflation, that would be like, my good God, that would be like 25 euros. But it depends on the club. And I would say there's entertainment and that kind of stuff, or, maybe it's just a kind of select place, kind of trendy spot, yeah. Oh yeah, it's a rip-off. I'd imagine so, yeah, with a lot of overheads and such. But a lot of them went out of business, let's say, especially during the pandemic when people weren't going out so much. And a lot of restaurants and that, Now let me just get something to drink. But yeah, you're going to see a massive problem within the next couple of years if people keep getting more greedy and more greedy. It's definitely a knock-on effect where shops and corporations would ridiculously raise their prices, and everything will get more expensive, and then wages are really not keeping up to it, or whatever the case may be. And then there'll be another price increase in those stores, and they'll say it's because things are so expensive. Well, they made it so expensive. So it's a vicious circle. When they put up the costs of that, trucking companies and other things will put up their prices, then they put their prices up again. It goes on forever until a lot of these companies go out of business. What you need is someone to come in and basically outcompete them. But there's a law in every country occasion when I think it's absolutely ridiculous, where you can't undercut, let's say, your competition. So if you buy something in, let's say it's costing you €1 all in, you can't sell that for under that price, which I think that's ridiculous. If a company wants to take a loss on something, I think they're afraid to, they might try to cut the competition with, yeah. It's 350. Yeah, but I remember in Germany, and this was back in the 90s, I went into a bar, and I sat down and I said to the guy, I said, I'll have a Coca-Cola. Let me see, I think I made up the price in sterling. But they were doing Deutschmarks then, so there was a different currency. But I remember what I made it up to at that time. So it was just a small glass of cola, and this was a really warm summer's day. I think it would have been the early 90s. I remember him saying in Germany that it was the hottest summer they had in 4 decades or something. And there was a big parade in Berlin at the time. But yeah, went in anyway. So when I asked for a glass of cola, he pulled out a plastic bottle of Coca-Cola from beneath the bar. It was room temperature and it was boiling. It wasn't refrigerated. And there was about 80% of it missing. So it must have been under the counter for about 4 days. It was flat as a pancake. It was horrible. He filled a glass, he gave it to me, and I think I paid £5 sterling. I forget what that was in marks, but in inflation, that would have been about, I suppose now, you're talking about maybe €10, for some flat cola from a plastic bottle from beneath the bar. I was not happy. It was in Berlin, yeah, it was. And I remember going to that McDonald's, the one beside the burnt out cathedral, the landmark. My God, that was a horrible experience. That was a really, really worst. I think it was the worst McDonald's I was ever in. ever, period, in any country, and I've been to a lot. I went in and my German was pretty bad, but I could order food and whatever the case may be. So obviously I ordered it in German. Told him what I wanted. I told him, una alles Fleisch und Notbrot, Fleisch und whatever it is. But basically, the burger without anything. I like it just bread and meat and plain. But he seemed to understand anyway. But in the meantime, there's another guy walking out. I think he was the manager. He was actually American. So I told him what I told the other guy, and obviously, he knew what I was saying. I said, just, make sure he does it right. So I just wanted, number 3, let's say large, and I wanted the burger absolutely plain, just bread and meat only. Yeah, what's it again? Fleisch und Brot nur. Yeah, that's it. So that was that, and I was waiting anyway and collected my food. I brought it down. I got my cola. It was room temperature with no ice. It was horrible. I tried to lift one of my fries, and they were all stuck together with grease, hardened grease. So the fries were stone cold, and the burger literally had everything on it. The only thing that he didn't do was, maybe put some human hair in it, but he had everything on it. I was absolutely raging. I did kind of go overboard, to be honest, but no, it was a horrible. Getting the order wrong was okay, but it was unacceptable. The fries, with the grease, the grease actually set hard, and it was white, and it was sticking them together. It was disgusting. Yeah. Yeah. But fast food joints, they're all the same, aren't they? Yeah. Yeah. But I noticed in Germany, let's say, if you go for potato crisps and stuff, they only had huge bags and only one flavour. Yeah, that was kind of weird. And everything was paprika. Yeah. All of the potato chips. It was a bit of a shock to me, to be honest. And the cola tastes like Pepsi. Very, very sweet. The only cigarette brand that I could smoke, let's say, that was kind of reasonable if I couldn't get, the more British brands, would have been a cigarette called West. It was like it was a little bit like the UK Embassy, a bit weak. Yeah, Lucky Strike. They're kind of like American, isn't it? Yeah. I found the American cigarettes, all cigarettes really smell really bad, but especially the American ones. In Belgium, yeah. You've probably tried West. They're not bad. They're not citrus tooting in them. Ah, you roll your own stuff. That's different. You'll be getting better quality then. Less chemicals, I suppose. No, but the food is great in Germany. It's just the fast food restaurants, anywhere in any country are a disgrace. We went to some hotels and some, B&Bs and that where they would do a little breakfast thing. Bread is really good, eggs, stuff like that. Perfect. And at that time, the supermarkets were really cheap, like, you could get, stuff really, really cheap. I don't know what it's like now. That's a long time ago. I heard you tried. Well, here I smoke a brand called Rotlands. We're pretty much, let's say, the kind of older brands like the likes of B&H, Benson Hedges, which I despise because, it does that as well. It kind of cuts my throat. I did. I was in Germany, Poland. I was in Belgium, Holland, Switzerland. Most of them, to be honest. Some of them, let's say, I stayed for, maybe up to 6 months, and some was just a couple of months. It really depended on, what I needed to do and the job I had to do and how much I'd seen of the country. Kind of depended on how busy I was as well. So, yeah, definitely a working holiday, But, yeah, it was pretty decent. But I remember I think we were working outside of Berlin, so it would have been too late, let's say, to go back to our apartments. So we were looking for a place to stay. Hmm. With Belgium, I think we just did a job over the border. I think. I think we went from Aachen in Germany to that one. Was it Aachen? I think it was called Aachen. Yeah. Yeah, I think it was called Aachen. Yeah. We went over the border, so we were about maybe 40 miles in. Aachen. Yeah, that's what it's called. Yeah. Yeah, I know you could. There's that little thing where you can go into, Belgium and Holland from there. Um, so yeah, we were only in there a few weeks. But yeah, we were inside the border. We're inside, so it kind of stands that I was there. Not by much, but I was. Aachen, yeah, yeah. I think that's what it was called. I know it was right on the border. And Denmark as well. Denmark was quite nice. I think that was the one with all the little islands and little ferries. Went and I was at the War Museum in Berlin, the Brandenburg Gate. I was there when the Berlin Wall fell in '89. We were actually in a bar close by. We didn't know what was going on. We thought it was a riot. Um, Went to see, yeah, the Little Mermaid in Copenhagen. It's tiny, isn't it, on that canal? I thought it would have been a huge statue. Scandinavia, yeah. But I was in Greece as well, but that was a long time ago. But never got a chance to, sacrilege really, to visit Thermopylae or, you know, the Parthenon. I'll definitely go back, and this time as a holiday. So really giving myself time to, kind of see this place. Mm. To go back and yeah, for a year. Yeah, it's a nice spot. But then you say, as someone, if you're working there, you're kind of going to work, back to your apartment, maybe meet up with the guys or whatever, and then to work. It can get kind of lonely after a while. But if you were more established there, start to make friends in the community and that, it would be a lot better. An apartment. Yeah, it is. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I found that as well. You're always thinking about going home. Especially after about 8-9 months of that. It seems like you're just living just to go to work and just coming home. Maybe watching a bit of TV. That's it. Brazil, nice. Brazil, they're going through a bit of trouble now, aren't they? I heard there's been massive unrest in Brazil. Yeah, I hope she's okay. I seen it on a news broadcast there. They were literally, military style fighting in the streets. I think they're fighting back against the cartels in Brazil. I think it was Brazil. Australia is quite nice. Yeah, I've got a lot of relatives there. And the UK, but I don't think so in the US. I'd probably have to go back a century. She's okay. Yeah, she's okay then. Yeah. She moved back there. Yeah, it seems to be. Going through a bit now, doesn't it? Yeah. Did you see the videos of it? Yeah. Well, I've heard. Let's say it's maybe not the safest place. Yeah. Not the safest place. But, even countries now, let's say, that were deemed to be safe, within the past 5 years or so, are getting less and less safe, let's say, for your average tourist. And this is just not the public, it's governments as well, Yeah. 2 cell phones with you, because They will rob you. Oh my. Yeah, here, let me allow that. Twitch stops a lot of stuff. There we go. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you need one as a backup. That's horrible. I couldn't feel safe there. That's really not going to be good for tourism. But this is the problem, you see. In countries like that, and I've spoken to people, I'd say from these countries that would have problems like this. You get tourists that would come in to be a nice area that would be well policed, but even then, it's a bit iffy. They'd usually stay around the hotel and that, and then everything seems okay. But outside of that, it's a bubble, really. Well, usually that kind of crime is. Well, what really breeds that would be government corruption and mismanagement of funds. Putting a large percentage of the population into poverty. We've seen that, let's say, especially in South American countries, and even Cuba, back in the day. Yeah. Well, it would be to him. Yeah, very normal living here. Like, let's say when we had, let's say coming from the 90s, the late 90s, when we have a large influx of people, let's say from Eastern Europe, where the culture was a little bit different, where the law, let's say, was a little bit more lax, and probably if something had to happen to you there, the law would not have been much of a help. So, it was kind of in their culture to be armed. We had a lot of problems with that when they came here. There was a lot of knife crime and murders as well, with squabbles they had between themselves. I'm not saying that knife crime doesn't happen here, but definitely not on that scale. If you're carrying a weapon, the chances of you using it is greatly increased. But yeah, we had, I think, in the last 3 decades, we had 4 murders, 2 were stabbings, and 2 were outright kind of robbery kind of things. The first 2 was some Eastern Europeans that had some kind of disagreement in their apartment, and they had lots of alcohol, so that's where those 2 come in. The other one was African national, and he was going out with this Irish girl, and apparently he unalived her mother for money. That one was horrible, and then there was another one. But I'm not saying it's because where he's from. I'm just saying that in countries, let's say, where law enforcement, let's say, if they're pretty lax or not up to the job, or government, is not up to the job, eventually after a few generations, people have to kind of take care of themselves, and that means arming themselves and that. And, when that happens, bad things, usually happen. Or if, the economic situation in the country leaves everyone, kind of desperate, and they'll do desperate things, and it's normalized, to get money. Yeah. That's right, and that was horrible. Yeah, that was absolutely horrible. In an ideal world, let's say, every culture could live together if each culture respected the other one. But that's never going to happen, Cation. That's something, right from Star Trek. There's some cultures and religions that are just totally incompatible. And I'm afraid that's just the way it is. There is a chance, let's say, the religion from my country, if I had to move, let's say, to another country, where there's another religion, that wouldn't bother me, whatever the case may be. So, you'd kind of adapt, and you don't have to change your religion or whatever the case may be. And I would never expect them to change things, just to accommodate me. I'm just there as a visitor, But that's, when you're bringing in people like that, one by one and that kind of thing, it's easier to assimilate. But when you start bringing in, hundreds of thousands of people that tend to live in their own communities, they never really assimilate. And and this causes well, it always does. It causes a rift, you know. Hmm. All foreign people. No, I absolutely don't hate them, but I do understand there's a culture difference with Europe and the rest of the world. And no, I don't hate gay people. It doesn't bother me, to be honest, who someone wishes to love. It's not harming me in any way. Live and let live, I say. Hmm. Yeah, you can't really discuss it with him. Yeah. Well, probably it depends on the circles he hangs around. He probably, formed his opinion or whatever the case may be. But I know there's always been a lot of debate about that. But homosexuality has been around forever. You know, like I'm straight, male, and I'm pretty happy with that. But if someone else wants to be something else, it's none of my business. You know. It's like someone running me down for being straight or whatever the case may be. But, if it wasn't that, it would always be something else occasion. We'll always find something, you know. But, nah, it doesn't matter. Live the way you want to live if it's not causing anyone harm. And love who you want to love. Life is too short, you know. Hmm. Yeah, yeah. I do know a few friends of friends and whatever the case may be, you know. But yeah, I don't mind. It's none of my business. Yeah. Yeah. Well, sometimes people just need to hate something. It's like a guy that would have a punching bag in his room when he gets angry. He likes to take out his frustration on that. So this kind of hate, I think it's something like that, where people need to release on something, And unfortunately, yeah, it's as old as time. It's as old as time. If it's not because of your sexuality, it would because of your politics or because of your religion or because of your color. It's always something. It's just a human thing. Most people kind of grow out of that as they get older and get wiser, but some people can fall down the rabbit hole as well. Mm. Yeah, yeah, absolutely. This really surprises me, where you could actually hate someone from a country you've never been to the country and you've never met anyone from the country. Now you can hate a country's politics or their governmental decisions. Let's say, if something happened in another country and you don't like that, yeah, of course you're allowed to do that, but you can't blame everyone from the country. We all know that, you know, governments don't go with what the population, would say. Any of the bad policies that any government would have, I would say 70 to 80% of the population, can do anything about that, and they're not responsible. You know, and that would go for, even the countries now, let's say, that are really in the news. There's a lot of problems there. We won't go into the names of the countries, but you can't hold the people responsible for a situation that they can't control. Hmm. Hmm. Oh, yeah, yeah. Well, basically, when they get in, they get the power and they want more. It's the usual thing. Hmm. No, 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 no. Governments come and go. Now, if you hate someone because they did something personal to you, that's a different story. But anything else is just bigotry, and it's small-mindedness. Um, it's like, let's say if you're from Denmark, and you're speaking online, and then somebody's quite rude to you, and you want to know why, and they say, well, you're from Denmark. I hate people from Denmark, or whatever the case may be. It makes zero sense. And then you'd say to yourself, how would that, maybe that person is from, let's say, from Ireland. How would he feel if, everyone said, oh, well, we hate you because you're from Ireland, and we'll kind of ostracize you. It makes zero sense. But usually that kind of hate is a kind of weapon occasion, where even people that wouldn't really subscribe to it would use it just to hurt and harm. That kind of stuff can be used as a weapon as well. Yeah. Maybe he's just going through some stuff, But some people say it because they want to appear like they're kind of with the times or associated with a certain group of people. Most of it is done from a kind of tribalism, I would say. And that's what I see a lot of as well. You know, these days, people like to put other people in certain categories, the chuds, the woke, the left, the right, the ultra left, the ultra right, and there's always some neat little package someone can squeeze you into, you know. But usually, let's say, most people are kind of almost in the middle of all of this, There you go, Wolf. But goodness no, I wouldn't hate anyone. Unless they give me good reason to. I find it very hard to hate. Even people that I have assumed have done me wrong in the past. Let's just say I won't associate these with people anymore, or I won't trust them. But I still can't bring myself to hate them, and they've actually done stuff to me. From Poland 13 years ago. Her dad was very racist and said to get those foreign people out. But he was a foreigner. He was in another country saying it. Yeah, it's strange, isn't it? I've had some buddies, actually, but it was, again, back in the 90s. We had a massive influx of Polish people here. And most of them are okay. But just like every combination of people, you'll get some of them which are kind of nasty, and it's the same in every country. That's pretty normal. But they landed here, and they were working and got involved in the community and whatever. But again, much like what we're seeing now, in the beginning at least, for the first 10 years, it was mostly all men of kind of working military age, and this was the time, let's say, when Poland wasn't doing so good. I remember talking to a few of them, and the wages they were on was something brutal. Top engineers and that were getting less than someone stacking a shelf here in a supermarket. But yeah, this went on for a long time. Now you're eventually seeing families and that, once they're settling down here. But some of them have a very, very strange attitude. Yeah. Kind of racist, yeah. Well, everyone is free to be a racist if they wish. It's, but in the end, I think it's self-defeating, in a sense that it stops you from seeing the big picture, and it changes you as a person, I think, like if you see something going wrong, sure, call it out. But call it out for the right reasons. Call it out because, you 100% believe it's, hurting your country or whatever the case may be, or there should be better ways of doing this. That's legit. And sometimes it kind of comes out a bit racist, because, if you say something that's true about a certain thing, it might sound racist, but all you're doing is stating fact. But this is a slippery slope and a kind of narrow line. It all depends. The problem with these legitimate arguments, let's say, is that they are used by racists as well as a convenience, and it kind of ruins the whole debate, Oh no, it's not. It's very, very common occasion. I'm old. I've seen it before. Yeah. I've seen it here. I remember, let's say, a lot of Irish went to the UK in the 1960s. They would have helped the infrastructure, the roads, the motorways, the subways, the tubes and that. And, they were there for a long time, for decades, working away. And then if another Irish guy came over and he was looking for a job, they wouldn't want to hire him. But this is a funny thing. It's something that I've often actually, thought about it a lot. If I was working in another country, and let's say you go out with your friends to a bar, the last person I would want to see is another Irish guy. Because there always seem to be drunk and violent, and when they find out you're Irish, they'll try and start some trouble. Yeah, it's a strange phenomenon, to be honest. Yeah. No, I'll tell you why, and you've seen the same in the US. There's something about, yeah, imagine, if I could kind of break it down. Yeah, it's a kind of mental thing. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, no, I've seen it. I've seen it happen. It's like imagine if you're living in a country where, let's say, it's a very, very poor occasion. Yeah. Let's say like where $1 is like a lot of money. Let's say you could live in your country, let's say on $1, and let's say you got a fantastic opportunity. You could go to the US, and you got a job where you're making like $1,000 a day. You're a big guy in your village or your country. You've got flashy cars, you've got houses. You come back for a holiday. Everyone is saying, "Oh, this guy is, he's so good and he's so great and he's so awesome and he's very successful." Yeah. Well, just because you got lucky enough to be able to get to that country, yeah, he made it. Now he sees people of his own country coming in, so now that's in his eyes, his achievement is not so good anymore. You know, he's not. He's not the top dog. He doesn't want to see any of his own people make it like he did, because then he's not so big. Yeah, and that's basically what it's about. It's like, let's say, what you've seen with in the US, when the people from Cuba, let's say, who came there, and there was special circumstances, and they could skip most of the immigration, and they were pretty safe. They were running for their lives, and yeah, sure, they should have gotten asylum. But then, they all went to the right because they didn't want any more people from Cuba. So tell me the sense in that. I think, if you've got room for someone and they've got a skill that you want and they have a legitimate reason for moving, especially asylum, yeah, I think they should get it, And I think, let's say, the majority of the people should have the say in the end. Pretty much, that's my theory on it anyway. But we have a word for it here, and it's called begrudging. It's like the guy, let's say, in his area that would have the first TV, and he's a big shot. Then the guy next door gets a TV, and then he's got to get something better. It's that kind of thing playing out. Oh, hi Hufflepuff, and how have you been? And what have you been up to? But that's my take on occasion. I've been around a long time. I've seen it happen with the Irish, especially the Irish. And I've seen it happen in almost every country. And, the less economically well a country is doing, and you've got somebody that immigrates from that country to another one who are doing better, the more you'll see this. Yeah. Yeah. It's a kind of jealousy, I suppose you could put it that way. But it's a very human thing, let's say, to not want too much competition, I'd say. Divided in two, yeah? Ah, that's good. Yeah, same here. Halloween here as well. And to you too. Happy Halloween. Yeah, just out with like tons of trick-or-treaters, and yeah, well, that was a good few hours ago. But I'm glad that's over with. My dogs were going mental. All the kids on the door. Yeah. Yeah, this might not be a bad spot to come to. We've had a lot of Americans, let's say, in the past 5 or 10 years, to be honest. Yeah, there's even quite a few now in my town, which is something. None trick-or-treating. Oh, it's a big thing here, and especially in the US as well. Yeah, trick-or-treaters. Just kids, looking for candy, the usual stuff. Oh, no Halloween. Yeah, well, originally it was, I think it was some kind of Celtic ritual by the Druids. It was basically the Day of the Dead, when you would kind of honor, yeah, it was a pagan festival. It was. You would honor, those your ancestors who went before you. And then, let's say, when Christianity came along, they wanted to ban it, but they couldn't because it was too ingrained. So then they trivialized it, I suppose. But it was made into Halloween, so people could sell candies and masks and stuff. But it's still fun for the kids, You just renewed your passport, so that's something. Nice. I'm willing to give that up. But yeah, traveling is a good thing, Hufflepuff. Even if it was for a while. City's not so good. You're probably better off. Well, the hardest thing, let's say, if you do move to another country for a while, whether it's for work, whatever, is kind of getting to know people, and you'll get a bit lonely in the beginning. It's always been like that for me. But once you get established and start making friends and stuff like that, yeah, you'll kind of get used to it. The more social you are, obviously, the better it is. But people here are usually pretty nice. Yeah. Well, the culture is, well, I don't see it too strange, to be honest. Let's say maybe we use swear words more in our language, but they're not exactly meant as swears, It's more of a language here. But you won't get any fake smiles or anything like that. People, what they say is what they mean, usually, I've been to a lot of countries, and it's okay here. Of course, there's some idiots. There's always some idiots, but they're very few, let's say, compared to other countries. Yeah, yeah. The culture is it's not too different. Our sense of humor is a little different. It's a little darker, let's say, and it's a little more sarcastic. But yeah, travel is always pretty good. Now, where were we going, guys? Lindsay, wasn't it? And then we'll get back. We'll do something on this settlement. Of course, we're using an axe, so nobody will mess with us. Never been to Ireland. Would love to someday. I would suggest to keep off the tourist trail, Hufflepuff. There's some really decent events as well. The west is pretty nice. The likes of, let's say, County Galway, Clare, very scenic. All depends on what you like. If you like peaceful, beautiful scenery, nice spots, things like that. This country is a bit on the expensive side. A lot of people from the US would say that. But the prices here reflect the wages that people are getting. So, on average, it would kind of balance out. It would actually, well, let's say the hospitality sector would be maybe a little bit more expensive. But food shopping and stuff like that, probably half the price of the stuff in the US, and the stuff we have here, let's say if you bought some meat or whatever the case may be, the stuff that we have, let's say just the ordinary stuff, would be considered organic in the US. No steroids, no chemicals, so it would be pretty cheap compared to the US. Yeah, Asia's a nice country as well. The food has always been too spicy for me in those countries, but beautiful. But the thing about traveling is, yes, it's nice to go to these places on a holiday, whatever the case may be. But I find, let's say, when you go on a holiday, it's usually off a plane, straight to a hotel, the bar, maybe swimming pool, nightclubs, that kind of thing. Very small area, you don't really get to learn much. And you're definitely seeing people on their best behaviour, obviously, in a tourist spot. you know. When you're actually working there, it's a different experience. You know, you're seeing a country as it is, and most of them are, you know, pretty okay. Of course, you'll meet some idiots from time to time, but they're universal. Yeah, they're in every country. But yeah, if I was 21 again, I would absolutely make it my business to visit every single country. Well, except the ones, obviously, where my life would be in danger. But every single country, let's say, and spend at least maybe a couple of months there with some kind of job, so I could see what it's like. Oh, even if it just covered my expenses, you know. Now, where are we going? Okay, we're looking for an NPC as well. So, how's the doggos? I hope they're okay. Yeah, my guy Rex, he's still not well. I've got him in a cage here, kind of quarantined. Seems to have some kind of tummy bug, so he's on some antibiotics. But he's really, really old. You know, he'll be 13 in March. And those dogs have a lifespan of about 8 to 10 years. But hopefully, I'm hoping there's a couple of years left in him yet. Nah, he's okay. It's just maybe a thing he's going through. It's just, you know, they can pop off any time after 8, you know. But sometimes, you know, they can get to 15. But yeah, he's getting close to it now.
People from Borovo are always getting on.
Nice. Universal Studios, is it? Well, you're going on a kind of a tour thing, is it, or is that the name of a place? Because, yeah. Probably, yeah.
My nerves.
Ah, you have returned.
Now, let's see. We just get rid of this junk and then we'll get back and we'll start doing something on that settlement. Of course, of course. Yeah, never been to the US. It'd be the first place I'd like to see. I'm kind of into the nature stuff, to be honest. Oh, Death Valley, Mount Rushmore, the Lincoln statue, all of the Verdam, yeah, all of the Jellies are Yellowstone, of course. Yeah, I think that's where I'd go to first. Yeah, there'd be a lot of take a lot of time, I'd say, to visit all of those spots. A lot of money. Oh my God, a ton of money. Are doing different things, and we're doing the main. Oh, it's a park. So is it kind of like a theme park thing? You know, like Disneyland, or is it just something, let's say, would it be around the... is the Universal Studios there? So a kind of thing where they've got rides and kind of stuff and you know, nice places to go and maybe tours of the studio and stuff, probably. Yeah. I know there is a Universal Studio, so when I seen that, that just came to my mind. Yeah, a theme park like Disney, yeah. Yeah, I was right then. I was just guessing. Yeah, that sounds fun. Oh, I hope you have fun on that one. Oh, you're pretty close to that, aren't you? Well, reasonably close. Now, I do.
Best prices in the area.
Oh yeah, I think we got all that. Oh, we have to cash that in shortly, don't we?
Be
See if we got all the stuff for him we have. Yep, we got all his stuff.
The worst thing about this time of year are mosquitoes.
Now we'll collect all of their cash, of course.
I've been a vendor since before.
La 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 la. Oh yeah, got a tummy bug, Hufflepuff. I was in with my doctor, just give me some antibiotics. It's a 48-hour thing. I seem to get this every year. But, you know, it's not too bad. Definitely not a life-changing thing, but annoying. Very annoying.
Farewell.
Staying for a few days. Nice.
Greetings.
Oh, okay, we got her already. Oh, that humidity has shot up a lot now, guys. It's what? It's easily 90% humidity. This country is absolutely ridiculous. Wait till it gets to Christmas, it'll be unbearable. My feet are cold and around my chest area is burning with the humidity.
How do you do?
I'm not joking, I've seen the weather in a lot of countries, but it's definitely unique here. This is something you expect in the summer, to be honest. Oh well.
Be safe.
How can I help you?
That's a lot of meat. That's a lot of meat. I haven't seen... Well, about 2 years ago it snowed for about 15 minutes and evaporated within about 15 more. That's the last snow I've seen in decades. So no, not really. Yeah, it does snow here, but in the Midlands, and the weather has been so strange since the mid-80s. You know, we used to have, you know, let's say we'd have a really snowy Christmas every second year. It was pretty, you know, it's pretty normal. You have really good summers that will go on for 3 or 4 months, like wow kind of summers. Then you'd have winters, let's say, with snow drifts anywhere from a foot to 4 feet. You know, trying to get out of your house, you know, and that kind of stuff. Yeah, it was pretty normal. Lovely springs and that. Now we're kind of stuck in a kind of autumn, you know, or let's say, you know, kind of early spring. It seems to be that kind of weather all the time. Now, when summer comes along, we might get a week, maybe 2 weeks of heat, almost always overcast. Yeah, but it's very, very temperate. I haven't seen a decent snowfall since 1984. And I haven't seen a real summer since about 89. Yeah. And I've been here for every summer, you know, and every winter. So yeah, the weather has definitely changed. But, you know, usually it would be typically kind of overcast and drizzly. But not all the time, you know. But it's a very damp climate. You know, people that move here from, you know, climates that's much different, whether it be very, very cold, like let's say some of the Eastern Europeans, or very, very warm, let's say, you know, people from, you know, countries where it's very warm. They find it very, very hard to adjust here. They've always got flus, you know, left, right and centre. It kind of murders them for a while until they get used to it. But a very, very damp climate. Me, it's no problem. And always very humid at night, you know. But you're talking about a small island, and it rains a lot, so you're gonna get humidity, you know. Personally, you know, I'm so used to it. I don't feel the humidity unless it gets over maybe 85%. Then I can really feel it, you know. But as I'm getting older now, it's getting harder to deal with, obviously. Yeah, the weather is pretty much like the rest of the European countries, but we're in a unique position. I think we're very, very close to the kind of weather jet stream, I think, on the American side, let's say. That would pretty much protect us from, let's say, most of the storms coming from that direction, or at least, take the sting out of it. But here inland, yeah, even if there's a storm on the coast, we don't get much. And when I say inland, it's not like, it's so far away from the coast. The country is pretty small. I could get to any of the coasts, I'd say, within about 250 miles, maybe 300 miles, So it's not a huge country. And it's very green. I mean, it is very green. I flew in, let's say, to a lot of countries, obviously, when you're coming into land, and you'd have, I'd always get a window seat, you'd be always looking out the window. But I've never seen nothing like landing, let's say, in Ireland, a patchwork cover, those different shades of green in those fields. It's pretty unique. Now, let's see where we are. Well, we haven't done those trades. So what I want to do is we'll move along this road and we'll go up here. Yeah. How do we get here? I think it's out to the other side. Yeah, I'll be walking this time because I'm looking for that stupid NPC. But we need to kill time in the season anyway. Where's the road? Is it this way? No. Apparently it's... Oh, is there a road up here? Oh, there is. Here it is. We got it. Yeah, but it's nice to see all the same. Kind of reminds you of the winter season, doesn't it? The same way when it kind of gets you in the mood for Christmas. It's nice, let's say, maybe on Christmas Eve to have snow for maybe the week of Christmas. It's always nice. Or let's say, when the summer starts to go in, you get nice sunny days. It almost kind of gives you a kind of a boost, doesn't it? And then when you get a bad summer, it's kind of depressing. But for me, let's say, especially in the summer, the smell of the grass and the trees and the wildflowers. Yeah, it's pretty nice. Kind of taps into old memories I have, obviously. Yeah, you just need more booze. Tons of booze. You'll be in the right country for that. Yeah, I could have missed walking on this. Like every game you miss a lot of you. There we go. What have we got here? These would be more valuable if you couldn't make them. That's the problem. But I'm looking for a stupid NPC. And I met him early in the game, and for the life of me I can't remember where he spawned. But I need him for one of the challenges. Now I can't find him. Now, sorry about this, guys. I've got to keep drinking this like mad. Or my GP will kill me. And I haven't been eating much because of my tummy bug as well. So I don't want to get dehydrated. There's nothing more dangerous than a dehydrated croc, huh? Oh, hi TJ. Thanks for following. Appreciate it. And welcome. And how have you been, TJ? What's the crack with you? Now, once we do this little run, we get back. I managed to get the kitchens in, guys. Seems to have turned out okay, and I got the hedges in I wanted to do. But I'm being careful about where I place these things, and obviously kind of splitting it up so we don't get, too stuck on one thing. Bit of this, then maybe a bit of decoration, back to a bit of building. This will probably be the last time I'll be playing this game. Great game, but you know, other games we gotta move on to. I'm thinking of getting it. Very good. Very impressed with this game. But it all depends on what you like, TJ. If you like the likes of Subnautica and Valheim, yeah, this would be the game for you, but it's a bit different. It's got a little bit of everything in it, and I think it does it well. I'll get back in a moment and I'll show you. Actually, I'll save and I'll show you what we've been doing. So basically, you know, like all kind of building simulation kind of survival games. Not much of a real story, you know. Everything would be in text, but you know, the NPCs talk. Very impressed with the NPCs. I built up on the other map, let's say, when I was getting my achievements. I built up a very, very large settlement on that. Very impressed with the work they did. This is definitely one of the really good indie games of Manor Lords. I haven't played it, but I'm assuming this is a little different. They're using the Unreal Engine 5 and it's pretty decent. I get up here, I'll save it and I'll go back and I'll show you what I mean. But I think in the last settlement I had about 120 villagers. I think I'm approaching it a little different this time. See, I got you know, a ton of settlers in at the same time, and then they started to age at the same time. What I should have been doing is in kind of intervals of around 20 years be bringing them in, so you'd have different generations. But we did the Oxbow map. There's two maps in this. I mean, our little runner here. So I got everything except the last 3 achievements on the Oxbow map, and now I've got them here. All I've got to do is just kind of take my time and finish off the settlement here, and I'm pretty much done. But well worth the money, especially if you like to build, you know. But even without the building, this game would be decent enough, but you wouldn't be spending this kind of time on it, you know. And there's actually horses as well. I'm just doing this because I'm looking for an NPC. Easier to there is. No, I never did the co-op. I'm on Xbox, and Microsoft are greedy. They don't let anyone do co-op unless they get a little fee called Game Pass. Yeah. So they've let's say got about as much chance of selling me Game Pass as Todd has of selling me a pre-order for another one of his games. But there's co-op on it, yeah. But it's stuck behind a paywall on console. I think it's the same on Sony. But there is co-op, yeah. Yeah, but apparently the new so-called next-gen Xbox will be... there won't be any paywall for co-op. Too little too late, I think, for Xbox, to be honest. But they're doing a kind of gutsy move. Yeah. You know, let's say giving you access to other places. I think they're going in the right direction, and if they do it right, yeah, they'll really cut into a lot of shares of other companies and they'll make a success of it. But will Microsoft, can they help themselves and not mess it up? I doubt it, to be honest. Everything they've touched seems to have turned to dust. I remember their attempt at making a streaming platform. You remember the old Mixer? They pretty much messed that one up as well. But now they've handed down the law to Xbox, Microsoft have, and they need to get a 30% return on everything, which is kind of crazy. You know, seeing as even the games that are doing well are kind of averaging around 17 to 20%, and it's only games, let's say, like the likes of Elden Ring and maybe Baldur's Gate that might get up to the 25 to 30%. So they want that from every piece of slot they're making. Nah, it's not gonna work. It's Microsoft, yeah. Well, Xbox did it to themselves, really. Microsoft were kind of leaving them alone, letting them do their own thing. They were averaging about a 10% return occasion, and then for some reason they decided to pick up the likes of BGS for 8 billion, and I think 70 something for the other one. So then that was it then. Yeah, Microsoft were on their back. Yeah, but it's all the same. Microsoft, Xbox, whatever. But to a certain extent, we're letting them do their own thing. You know what I mean? I could see where maybe they might get, let's say at 10%, they might want a little bit more in their return, maybe. You know, for long term. But jumping up the price of consoles, and I'm not talking about the one they have coming out. I'm talking about, you know, the one they have now, actually. Should be reducing in price, but no, it's gone up by 150. But the next one coming up, people are complaining it's going to be 800. Oh, they're delusional. That thing is going to be at least 12, if not 1500. And to be honest, if they do it right, it will be worth it occasion. It'll be a nice, you know, bit of money to shell out. But if you can access the Steam store and all of the other content, yeah, it will be. You'll have the convenience of a kind of mid-level PC, and of course the absolute convenience of console. My problem with those guys, you know, Windows. Yeah, they'll have to trim a little bit of fat off Windows for that one. Well, I'm pretty old. I've never been really into PCs. I'd be starting from scratch, to be honest. And the whole thing would be confusing. What I've always loved about console is the pure simplicity of it. You know, get your game, play your game, and that's it. You know, no setting this, setting that. Of course, you know, my kids have grown up and they've gone away. You know, they've got their own families and stuff. So, you know, I don't see them as often as I want to. And I've always been kind of satisfied with console, except now, let's say, especially over the past 10 years, the games are rubbish. Yeah, absolute rubbish. But yeah, I was really thinking about moving to PC. How hard can it be? I'll figure it out some way. But then, you know, PCs, you know, are very overpriced for what they are as well. You get yourself a PC, you know, well, the ones I was looking at was, you know, around $4,000. That's a nice chunk of change. Then you've got the complications of it, and then let's say, you know, maybe within 8 or 10 months or a year, you'll start changing expensive parts and that. So I can see where they're going with this console. They could make a big success of that if they don't mess it up. But it's a gutsy move, I think, from Xbox. You know, but as I said, yeah, to be honest, I would do the same thing. But this is something they should have done, guys, 10 years ago. And from the rumours I've heard, I think Gates was trying to push them that way as well. But they didn't want to do that. But that was the way to go. Yeah. For feeling I can get a good desktop. Yeah, I wouldn't be really interested in the kind of flip desktop kind of things. You know. Now my sons have PCs and that, and they've got some nice ones. But they know a reasonable amount about them, so there would be, I suppose, high mid-end. I suppose, you know, there would be probably maybe 3.5 grand. It depends. It might be a little bit more expensive here as well, occasionally, let's say, for parts and stuff. But as we were saying before, you know, for that really good chip, that 5090, that's 3 grand. That's ridiculous, and that's just, you know, the graphics chip. But I suppose you wouldn't have to have that, you know. But you know, you could spend a lot of money on a PC, you know. And they say it will be around the 800 to 900 mark. All right, we won't really know until they come out. But I can guarantee you that the Xbox, the new one, you know, if it is what they say, well, you know, what Microsoft say and what they do, two different things. These guys could tell you something literally and then do a 360 a month after, so you can't really believe a word that's coming from Microsoft. But if what they've been saying is true, it will probably be anywhere from 12 to 1500. And if it can do what they can say it can do, it's worth it, to be honest, I think. As an old guy that, you know, maybe wants to kind of transition to PC, but doesn't like the complications involved, and I think it's a good bridge. Will it be a huge seller? Probably not. It will probably start off slow, but if they do it right, yeah, it could be a huge money spinner for them. But that's the big thing. Can Microsoft do it right? Can they keep their hands out of the cookie jar? Can they not get greedy? And can they actually make their software work properly and be less bloated for once? That will be the big question. Yeah, you would, yeah. Oh, hi Scantron, and a happy Halloween to you. Hope you've been well. I think all they believe in is Xbox console is gone for the people. I've been watching YouTube, and there's so much stuff. You know, Xbox dead, Xbox back, Xbox dead. It's just people farming it from content. They said they're coming out with another console, but as I said before, the word doesn't mean zilch. So it's 50-50, you know, to be honest. But I'll tell you one thing, no matter what side you're on, if you're with Xbox, I'm with none of them, but if you like Xbox or if you like Sony, but PlayStation, if you're a Sony PlayStation player, if you think it's bad now, if Xbox stop making consoles, you're in big trouble. Yeah, because, you know, if one more competitor gets out of the race there, Nintendo and Sony will really, really, you know, jack up everything. We've seen this time and time again. It won't be immediate. They won't make it that obvious, but it will get a lot worse. Probably, yeah. It depends on what they're making. It will be a lot of money, Cajun, but it depends on the hardware. It will be a lot of money compared to, let's say the last one. It depends on what they're giving you. Well, Xbox has been dead for decades. You know, it's just taking a long time to die. But anything can be resurrected with a good plan. But as I said, can Microsoft do that? Ooh, that's a different story. Nah, they were dying for ages. To be honest, they've been dying since the Xbox One. Yeah, they made few stupid decisions there, and they've been slowly dying ever since. They're starting to make somewhat of a comeback with their Game Pass, which I thought was still overpriced at the old price, but, you know. Yes, very, very, very greedy. Yeah. Well, they can still have it on PC, but what they're doing is, well, really they don't want to be making consoles. And to be honest, guys, you know, if you look at it from a business point of view, it is kind of silly. You've got guys trying to sell you Nintendo consoles, PlayStation consoles, Xbox consoles. You know, so if you want to play the games, you're buying three of them. And you're really cutting off a lot of your customers. What you need to be, if you're selling a product, is you need to have it everywhere. You need to have all games everywhere. That's where the money is, you know. So what they'll probably do is this. It will be Xbox in name, but it will be probably just, you know, a miniature PC. It was always going to go this way, guys. You know, console has been dead for a long time. It's too limited, you know. So it will probably be in a nice kind of Xbox case, but it will be essentially a PC. Now, how they're going to make money if you're buying from other platforms, I don't know. Maybe they might set up a system where, you know, if a guy who owns an Xbox buys something from a Sony game or a Steam game, maybe Microsoft might get a little bit of the cut. They'd have some kind of an agreement, and vice versa, where if, you know, somebody from Steam buys something from there, you know, that little bit of a cut thing. And obviously they won't be selling the consoles at a loss. But if you look at the markup, let's say, on a high-end PC, now if you look it up, it will say it's a 1/3, a 30% markup, which I think is much more. Usually when they're making consoles, they make them at a small loss or their money back. Will Microsoft do it now? I don't think so. But if they do it for, let's say, what it's costing them, it would be a good investment. Because if they make something that's costing them $1,000, they'll sell it for $1,000. Where, if that was the PC, you're talking about 1,300 to 1,500, because guys would need profit. Their profit comes from the sale of the PC. Where with Microsoft, the profit would come from the games you're buying them, or the games you're buying on it on another platform, and they're getting a small cut, a kind of steady stream. So, I don't know, it makes a little bit of sense that way. Whether Microsoft are going to do that way, that's another thing. That's why I look at it. Have I confidence that they won't mess it up? Absolutely not. But who knows? They might surprise me, I'm not sure of how it goes, Cation, yeah. I don't think PlayStation players want to play Gears of War or Halo, to be honest. I'm not sure about that either. But I'm sure, let's say, if it was available, Microsoft would make money. They definitely wouldn't lose money. No, nobody can trust Microsoft. I don't trust any corporation, especially Microsoft. Well, nobody really wants a console anymore either, I suppose. And it's not the console, it's the way the company has been acting, But Xbox really, they brought it on themselves. They really drew the attention of Microsoft because they wanted all of these games companies. But, who knows? But, if you want to blame somebody for the state of Xbox the way it is now, which has went from a kind of tight community now to a money-making, PR-spouting kind of corporation machine. Well, the orders are coming from the likes of CEOs like Sarah Bond, and a few more. No, there's another one. I think she's just a mouthpiece. There's another one. I can't remember her name. Yeah, but there you go. But remember, Microsoft's obligations are not to people buying games. You're just customers. Microsoft's obligations are to shareholders who want as much return on their investment as possible. And that will always take priority with Microsoft or any corporation. So, just bear that in mind. Microsoft are not in the game, let's say, for the love of gaming or to keep you happy. They're there to make money, and to make money for their investors. No, it's too expensive. To be honest, it was a bit iffy at 20. Yeah. But that first day access, I think is going to sink them, Cation. It's literally, it's going to sink them. But I've been saying it for ages, guys. Console has been dead for a long time. The only thing that's stopping everyone from playing PC is a combination of factors. Expense and complication. If they can get rid of the complication and reasonably drop expense, that's going to change gaming a lot. But Microsoft want to keep pushing cloud. This is going to be a big problem, guys. Because if they manage to get the technology they want, let's say where you can play on cloud with minimum hardware, let's say something like as small as an Amazon Fire Stick, that's really inexpensive. So all you need is that and a controller and you can play any game. It sounds fantastic, it does. That's the end of, high-end gaming PCs. All of the hard work will be done on the other side. Now, obviously, eventually they'll charge a subscription for that. And once everyone has no consoles or gaming PCs anymore, they'll start to do on that what they've been doing on Game Pass. So it might be good starting off, but it's going to be bad. The way it was in the beginning, guys, was the best. You had a console, you had a physical disc, you had a game, they could shut down the servers, they could do what they want. You didn't have the internet, you didn't need it to play your game. You had that game forever. You could boot it up, you could play it, you bought it, it's yours. And if you took care of that disc, it was yours forever. The way it started to be in the beginning was the right way. But we've been endlessly going down a path now where you own nothing and you just keep paying. And the products you're getting is worse and worse and worse and worse, and you're paying more and more and more. Yeah. Like, you shouldn't even need the internet to play games, you know? And that's the way they did it in the past. Yeah, the tech is not there yet. They'll eventually get there, and when they do, we're in trouble. Yeah, there would be a ton of them. But we've seen this 10 years beforehand. We've seen Google. We've seen lots of people try to push this cloud gaming. But if you think about it, guys, it is an absolute dream for a corporation to get that tech up and running. They know that if you don't have to buy any hardware, and you can get maybe something as small as an Amazon Fire Stick, you know, for maybe 50, 70 bucks, and all you need is a controller. Like, who's going to give $5,000 for a PC then? Everyone will be there. And then when everyone is there, that's when they'll drop the hammer. Yep. This would be an absolute dream for a corporation. And it would be pretty good for us in the beginning, guys. Maybe even for a year or two. It would be like a massive renaissance of gaming. And then, bang, Microsoft drops the hammer. That's the end of that. Yeah. Yeah, well that's most of the problem. The games, they've got no quality anymore. And the amount of jobs that's being lost and companies tore down and that, I don't know. What you're probably going to see with the likes of all game studios now is if they have a success, like say God of War or Elden Ring or whatever, you'll see every 3 or 4 years the same game over and over again. You know, probably God of War, this, Elden Ring, that. You'll get burnt out from playing the same kind of game all the time. You'll see no innovation, you'll see nothing, nobody taking a chance on something different. Yeah, we already see that, but you think you see it now. And to be honest, guys, the only creators that have been doing anything worth a damn in the past 3 or 4 or 5 years would have been, I don't like Souls-like games either. But I'm not saying they're not good, just not my thing. The indie games, they're the ones. And it's sad to see what happened to the guys from Subnautica. You know, that was a really good indie studio. Well, that's done. Anybody heard the news about that? Is the cookbook worth $4? I'm not even sure what a cookbook is. Yeah, you know, this will be the golden age, Cajun, of remasters, of course. But I've always said it about a games company. When you see them going to remasters, it's like seeing a kind of past or prime kind of has-been rock band that are not relevant anymore, and they keep going on that comeback tour. You know, that kind of thing? Yeah. But it is the sign of a dying industry and a dying company to see too many remakes. Yeah. But obviously, yeah, you know, me too, because they won't put enough in it, to be honest, occasion. Take Oblivion, for instance, you know. Okay, fair enough, it got a bit of a facelift, it got a few things, but for the money they wanted for it, nah. They used the Creation Club engine, so all the bugs and probably a few new ones with the Unreal 5 overlay. So that was overpriced. I think $25 was a good price for that, but that's me. And that's what's going to happen. They'll do the minimum. They'll get some third party to come in, they'll fix the graphics, they'll change the UI a little bit. It's nothing that a good couple of modders couldn't do in their basement. They'll charge you full price and move on. That's what they're going to do. Yeah. I have thousands of hours on Oblivion, but not the remaster. Yeah. Yeah, it's always the same thing, all the time. Then you're going to see a lot more of that. Yeah, I have a lot of time on that. I've always used to do all 50 gates. Yeah, but it is a pain, isn't it? Yeah, you don't have to do all 50, you can just get the ones outside. But I used to do all 50. You're better off looking for all of the 50, let's say, you know, at a certain stage in the game, because they don't come out. Let's say, I think it's the later stages of the game you can manage to get all 50. Yeah. But I remember taking a lot of junk from that game. Yeah, I have some fun memories of that. And that's what basically they were selling to us, isn't it? Did they, yeah? But as I said, it's nothing that a couple of talented modders couldn't do. For free. You know, do you think what they did to that game, does it justify the price? Here it's 65, 70 euros. And they have the cheek of selling you the soundtrack as well. That's extra. For music. So let's say 70 euros. 65, 70 euros. For a game I've already bought several times from them. And all they've done was clean up the graphics, maybe fix the UI a little bit. Do you think it justifies that kind of price hike? I think they should have doing a lot more. No, it should have been redone from the ground up on a better engine. They should have added new quests, new factions, and new achievements. Then I would have been happy to pay the money. But there's no way I'm giving them full price for a game that they spent a minimum amount of time on, didn't even do it themselves, got somebody else to do it. Nah, they're not getting my money for that. I'll buy it if it drops to maybe 25, 30 euros. And only because they won't let me play my original version. Yeah, they won't let me play that, even though it's not broken. So I'll have to get a downloaded version of that. Yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. I got in touch with the help desk. It wouldn't let me play New Vegas, wouldn't let me play Oblivion, wouldn't let me play Fallout 3. So I checked them, they were dead in the console. I checked some other ones, they were working. I checked the discs were okay. And then I was wondering what was going on. But it took me a while occasion to work it out. It would only play the discs if I already had a digital backup. And then I thought to myself, hang on, what's happening maybe it's just playing the digital backup, but no. When I put in the tapes that wouldn't play, they were dead. When I put in the ones that would play with the digital backup, the discs were spinning. So there was some kind of bug, whether it was accidental or intentional, where, let's say, it would read physical discs and would only play them if you had a digital version. You know? Now, at best, it's a bug that they're not addressing. At worst, they did it purposely. Yeah, it's on my account. It's mine. Yep, it is. So I phoned them up and they tried to... I didn't phone them up. I contacted them by email. They tried to gaslight me. Oh, you know, reset your account, all of this stuff. Oh my God. I said I did all that. I didn't. But I said I did all that because it doesn't work. The games were perfect. So I was on for about 2 hours. They put me to someone else, and then eventually they had enough. They put me on to this other guy. So, right, he said, what's wrong? I explained the situation. I told him what I thought was happening. Obviously, he didn't comment. So he said, okay, he said, you're saying that your console is perfect. I said, yes, it is. He said, your discs are perfect. I said, they're new in the box. And I told them, you know, would only play stuff with a digital version, and it's not playing the digital version, it's actually playing the disc. So if he said to me, well, we're experiencing some difficulties now, even if he was BSing me, that would have been enough for me. And hopefully we'll get it fixed in the near future, and then I knew then I had nowhere to go. But he didn't even do that, you know. I even actually gave him a ladder at a stage to kind of, you know, do that, but he didn't bite. So he said, this is what you do. He said, your discs are perfect. He said, find a website, he said, that buy games and sell them. And then go and buy a digital version. I said, you're joking me. I said, this is the help desk. I said, hang on, I said. I never thought, I said, for a moment, I said, when I was buying these discs, I said, from the company, that I would actually have to become a salesman. I said, and sell them on and buy them again. I said, what's going on here? Well, he said, there's nothing we can do. He said, this is a problem, he said, for BGS. I said, hang on. I said, well, don't you own that company? BGS. And that was it. He just signed off. Now, what I'm sorry I didn't do is I didn't screenshot that and maybe post it on the likes of Reddit, maybe, or YouTube. But what probably happened then is Microsoft would probably accidentally delete my account. That would be horrible. Yeah. So that's what you're dealing with. A help desk there, guys, is not there to help you. A help desk there is to stop you complaining. That's all it's there for. Plus, this guy made me uncomfortable as well, because he was asking me questions I refused to answer that he should have known the answer to. If he was properly logged into Microsoft. I think what was happening here, guys, is the help desk was actually kind of sourced out to some other country. Where security maybe wasn't as good. And I think this guy was farming me for information about my account. To be honest, because he was asking me some inappropriate questions about my account, which I told him I was not comfortable asking. And I said, well, you're working for Microsoft, you check it out there. But he didn't have the authority. But he was asking me questions he didn't have the authority to ask. So this obviously had me on edge, because of the likes of identity theft and, hacking and stuff like that. So, yeah, I'm not bothered with Microsoft, to be honest. I might be old, but, you're not going to pull a fast one on me. Like, he was asking me questions that, if he had all of my data, let's say, from Microsoft, he would have known straight off. But he wasn't authorized to have that data. But it didn't stop him from asking those questions. Very, very unprofessional, guys. It was like dealing with a guy in a market stall. It was like dealing with a used car salesman. Very unprofessional. Yeah. Very, very unprofessional. Yeah. And these are the people then that expect loyalty occasion from their customers. When you're being laughed at, ridiculed, robbed, conned, and basically dismissed. And then they get upset if you don't buy their slop and go with their corporate strategy. When they disrespect you at every single turn. They even took over your... Oh, that was... yeah, that was nasty. There's no way I'd let anyone into my PC. Yeah. They even admitted there was... Oh, this is... You see, they know well when they do this. Maybe less than 1% of people would go as far as to get, legal help, because that's expensive. But they wouldn't get away with it here occasion. Well, they shouldn't get away with it where you are either. You're in Europe. You do know there's massive consumer laws here. Your PC has... it has a 2-year guarantee. Yeah. Anywhere else in the world, something would only have 12 months. Here in the EU, it's 24 months. Yeah, be sure of that one. Because a lot of these companies will try to ignore that. This is something that's already been sorted out. These are the rules that they have to agree to when they sell stuff, in Europe. You've probably noticed now when you go into a store, you remember all the TVs, fridges and freezers and stuff like that? All of them used to have a kind of a compulsory 12 months guarantee. Now it's a 2-year guarantee. And the 2-year isn't the companies, let's say, having more confidence in their appliance. It's now law. So they've got no choice. Best thing that ever happened. Yeah. It probably was with me, but it's been so long since I had to buy something. Yeah, I only noticed it when my fridge broke down. And then I had my fridge for about 10 years. So I didn't really buy anything. It could have been out for ages, yeah. It could have been out for ages. It's just I never noticed. Yeah, usually I buy some stuff that have massive guarantees and really good quality. Has it? It's been ages since I bought something. I didn't even notice. Because I usually buy some, stuff, let's say, that has at least a 10-year guarantee. Well, the way it is with wash machines and stuff, I think, top thing you can get, I think, is 5-year. Kind of good brands like the likes of maybe Miele, After 5 years. Oh, that's a good spin. Yeah. Yeah. But this one I'm playing on here, oh my god. I think it's been here for like 12 years. It's still perfect. Although the volume is a bit iffy, but I don't use it with a headphone, so, Yeah. Yeah. Well, some of the TVs will. The biggest problems you get on TVs, and it's kind of a lucky dip, would be the likes of the LG. If you get a good one, you get a good one, and it will last forever. But if you get a bad one, it's horrible. It's definitely, they've got some problems with quality control with LG. But because they're making things, let's say, reasonably cheap, I suppose. Well, the size wouldn't bother me that much. I've got a big one downstairs, but I never really watch it. But for gaming, I like to play it with something like a maybe 32-inch, about half that size. Oh no, I'd dump that. I wouldn't. Yeah, I wouldn't give that much money to fix it. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely. You rarely get problems with the likes of Sony, but Sony is overpriced, and they've got a bad sound system. A very, very bad sound system. But you're probably better off with some kind of monitor, to be honest. But it's all just a con, isn't it, really? But if if governments got together and, let's say, with consumer laws and that, where there was some strict rules on the quality of something, if something went wrong, which is in place, but there's problems, where something went wrong that was the manufacturer's fault, within 2 years, it'd have to be replaced. But there's also another angle to this. In some places, you have to post that, or you've got to pay to send it there. So it's hardly worth it in some cases. But there should be 100% responsible. They should send some guy out to fix it or replace it with a new one. That would drastically improve the quality of TVs. Now, obviously it might up the price, but I think it would be worth it, because it's really bad inconvenience. Connected to your TV, you don't have a desk. Yeah. Me, it's just the Xbox.
My butts.
Let's get this guy.
Welcome, another client. Welcome.
Okay. Bucket of milk. What's a bucket of water? Yeah, whatever.
Have a good day.
Sunlight guy, a bucket of water. Aha! Let's see what we've got here. No problem.
Hello.
Now, let's see what you've got here. Oh, we take the head seed. That's it. Yeah, okay. Well, most of the stuff I'll eventually use it, I think, for decoration, but... Well, let's see.
See you soon.
La 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 la.
How do you?
Now,
Ah, yes.
I did enough of that. Now, let's get rid of this junk here. Oh my god, I've got like 2,000 of those. There, it's more like it. I need to be getting rid of some of that food.
Hope to see you soon.
Alright, let's go. Now, where's the next one? So basically, once we do this one here, We've got a stop off at Gostovia, drop that in, and we've just got those 4. I'm kind of taking my time. We're going to stay for a good while in this season and see what we can do with a settlement. Now, usually I would take the wagon and fast travel, but I've been looking for a stupid NPC. I've wasted hours so far. Irony is, early in the game, I accidentally found him, but was no good. I didn't have the signpost up, so I didn't have the challenge. And I can't remember where I seen him. But it doesn't matter, he spawns in different places every season anyway, but I can't find him. How many years? Oh, in the game. I think this is like year 15 or something. Oh, it's year 21. Yeah, year 21. But you could do a year in 12 days. So roughly about 20 minutes, let's see. 12. So that would be about, you could get a year in about 7 hours, I'd say. Oh, in this game, yes. You're only allowed 1 kid. Yeah, he's 11, I think. Yeah, I waited till I maxed this guy out and the wife as well. You know, just to get the better stats. Yeah, I think you're only allowed 1 kid. Yeah, it's an achievement that I got earlier as well. And it's one of the challenges as well.
Yeah.
Now, yeah, we've got it marked. Yeah, we're just looking for that NPC. Chances of finding him are slim, but
Giddy up.
why not? But that's the story anyway, guys. Xbox dead, Xbox back. Xbox dead, Xbox back. Yeah. I was going through YouTube and yeah. But yeah, it's been farmed for a lot of content, I can tell you. I suppose you can't blame him for that. YouTube dead, YouTube back. But oh my god, the Xbox and PlayStation fanboys are absolutely going livid. To be honest, I can't understand why anyone would defend a corporation. It's not like it's a football team or, you know, something like that, but it's a tribal thing, isn't it, I suppose? No. Like, imagine to be a cheerleader for a corporation that disrespects you and takes you for an idiot. Of course, there's, you know, you could have an Xbox or PlayStation console, you know, since you were a kid and have a kind of attachment to it. Yeah, of course. But, you know, when corporations do nasty things, they should be, should get a bit of flack for it, you know. Not cheerleading. Yeah. But no, not a corporation. Now, I've nothing really against corporations either too, but you have to understand why they're there. They're there to make as much money as possible for shareholders. Now this we don't see too much or don't realize it, you know, when it comes to stuff like food prices, automobile prices, house prices. They'll keep driving it up, making more money, stuff like that. Definitely the likes of Nvidia, let's say. We all know that they could make a lot more chips and drop the price of that. But that's the problem with a monopoly, isn't it? Or a classic example that has been around for the last ages would be, let's say, the diamond industry in particular. You've got 3 main guys basically controlling the amount of that, and let's say, you know, releasing it as a want to, jacking the price like they're doing with gold. And then that brilliant PR strategy they had, let's say, or oil, absolutely, back in the 40s and 50s, where they brainwashed everyone into thinking maybe before they could settle down and have a family or that, you had to have a diamond for some reason. Yeah. And it had to be a really expensive one. And of course, it's just a worthless rock. They've got tons and tons and tons of those in storage, and they're just letting out X amount every year to artificially stimulate the price. And I think it's exactly the same with the chips, guys. Very good PR. Hollywood helps a lot with that, to be honest. Yeah. And of course, let's say, kind of people that are big into consumerism, let's say, and petty stuff that they need to own, that gotta have. Now apparently you gotta show up maybe anywhere from 10 to 20 grand for a piece of worthless rock. Beyond me. The same way they commercialize Christmas. Yeah. Was it just a piece of rock? I suppose we'll walk, guys. Cars too. I remember the older ones, where there wasn't much electronics. If something went wrong occasion, if you were handy enough, you could fix it. Things used to last forever. Now I see guys with cars and they're in the shop every month with some electronic problem and no way of fixing it. They need to be hooked up to a diagnostic machine from the company, and it costs a fortune. Yeah, they've been doing the same with phones, haven't they? Stopping people from fixing them themselves. And the likes of agricultural equipment is pretty much the same now. And they're really expensive. Talking about hundreds of thousands of dollars for that stuff. The older ones, guys could, within reason, fix them themselves or get somebody local to do it. Now they've got to be shipped back to the corporations and companies for diagnostics. Not to mention the time lost. Yeah, they have a word for it. Planned obsolescence. But I remember the first documented. Yeah. Oh, Clarkson's farm. He's kind of controversial, isn't he, Jeremy Clarkson? The first one I could trace back, let's say, of any note with this, planned obsolescence, would be the electric companies in the US, General Electric and a few others, and I think this was back in the 30s and 40s when they were making light bulbs. Light bulbs were lasting forever, and each company was trying to outdo each other, and they weren't making a lot of money. So they all got together and decided to make a light bulb that would only last, X amount of time, and all of the three companies jacked up their price at the same time. So it's the first instance I know of planned obsolescence and a cartel. Yeah, check it out. But that's what they did. And now, let's say the likes of Samsung and Apple iPhone, they were fined hundreds and hundreds of millions of euros here, which is just a tiny percentage of what they made. But the commission here found that the updates that they were sending occasion to the older phones were actually breaking them, forcing people to buy the latest phone. So they were fined, I think, $1 billion or something, which was, I think, 3 to 4% of what they made, which was not a deterrent. It was an operating cost. Yeah, I remember the old Nokia ones. Yeah. Some company bought that and ruined it. Yeah. But, that was pretty much the way it went. Now, tell me. They sent out updates and they purposely damaged people's property. Millions of people. and they got a small fine, a tiny percentage of the money they made. Now tell me, Cation, if you walked in, let's say, if you sent, if you, let's say, sent a virus to someone's PC and destroyed it, and they managed to track you down, do you think you'd go to jail? You probably would. But a corporation can do this to millions of phones and get away with it. This is what they call white-collar crime. Yeah. They can do literally what they want. It's criminal damage no matter what way you look at it. It will only stop when people are held responsible. Now, anytime there's any kind of criminal activity like that, there has to be one guy, at least one guy there that you can say, you're responsible for this, and you're going to jail. It will all stop then. Yeah. But I've looked into the law, and there's certain ways around it. You know, and it's usually giving a bribe to the government. A very small one. But what about the people who lost their phones? Should they not be compensated? Instead of paying a fine, should they not have anyone who had an update? And even if it is a mess trying to find out who's telling the truth, that's not their fault. This is a mess they made for themselves. Pretty much. Medical companies especially. Criminal behaviour that costs lives. Brought to court, found out to be absolutely got caught with her hand in the cookie jar. Oh, we bad. Here's the billion. Yeah, bye-bye. On a kind of deal where it's all forgotten about. I think they have a name for it. Nah, they only care about money. This is what I said, but that's normal enough for a corporation. So this is why I can't understand people that would, you know, toot and nail back a corporation and defend them. Sometimes because, you know, there's some kind of fanboy or some... It doesn't matter where the company is from. I know everyone takes a certain amount of national pride. You know, if your company is, let's say, from your country or whatever the case may be. But I do know those corporations don't care what country they're in. And they've been proving that since the 70s. If they get a cheaper place where they can make more money, they'll abandon that country and move there. And they've done it. And Xbox would be one. And all those guys out in China and Amazon. I think like what? 90% of the stuff, let's say, that makes an Xbox is sourced foreign. And I think their production line is in... Was it in China or somewhere? When it's cheap labour. And tax incentives. The healthcare here is pretty decent as well, yeah. Is there any such thing as a right party? But, you know when you're in trouble, if you have a government that starts talking about abandoning the public health service and going all private, yeah, that's the time to get rid of them then. You'll always get that from time to time. But, you know, we've always... expected that, you know, our taxes will be going to stuff like, you know, sensible stuff like infrastructure, education. You know, isn't that what we pay for? Isn't that what they call the taxes? And healthcare. Maybe we need a system where, you know, a Freedom of Information Act about how much money is coming in and what they're spending it on. But I don't think it will ever go that way, will it? Yeah, they'll either lower the pensions or raise the pension age. Yeah. But like, people pay in money for their pensions, and it's not like it's tax. It's basically like a forced saving scheme. So you're not so dependent on the state when you get old. So they're basically like a bank saying, well, no, we don't want to give you that money. You know? It is, yeah. It depends on the demographic of a country as well, and, you know, how many old people and how many young people. Because it kind of works like you get a generation of young people. They would, let's say, you know, paying their taxes. That would benefit the older people. And then, let's say, the next generation after them would kind of pay for them, and so on. Pretty much like having a family, you know. You kind of do for them, and then, let's say, you know, that generation will do for the next one. That kind of stuff. 69, that's absolutely ridiculous. It was 60 here at one stage. It used to be 65. I think they brought down early retirement to 60. Yeah, you can check it out online. I'm not sure what it is now. But back in my day, I could get, let's say, if I was working for a company, I could work till 65, but I could take early retirement at 60. That's a different... See, it depends on the demographic. You've got to work the books as well. Yeah. It depends. Yeah. And it's not getting any better now because there's probably less and less people this past 10 years, let's say, not having families. But I heard Asia is suffering a massive problem with that occasion. They're in trouble in the next 20 or 30 years. Yeah, I think the younger populations have dropped down a lot. A ton, yeah. Oh, they're only getting older, of course. That will be a bit of a pension crisis. But, you know, stuff like that could be planned for occasion. But the government's not good at planning. Mismanaging and being incompetent there. You know, they should get a gold medal for that kind of stuff. Yeah. It's sad when that happens. But if you think about it, if you worked your entire life paying taxes, you know, I think it's the least they could do. Then you get a wasteful government, let's say, that all of the money you paid in, wasted it on stuff that they shouldn't have wasted it on. Oh, that's sad when someone is sick for that long, or sick at all, you know. Okay, we're picking up doo-doo, guys. Of course we are. Doo-doo picking. Oh, absolutely. I've had relatives that have been ill for long periods of time. I know. It's and my hat off, let's say, to the nurses that have to deal with that. You know, those geriatric nurses. They've got a tough job. But you definitely, yeah. I think most people would not like to see it go that far. You know, but you know, as a human being, they've got to fight, you know, for you to live as long as possible. There is countries that would do. I think there's one Nordic country where it's legal to have euthanasia under certain circumstances, but life is pretty precious, guys. You know, even if it is like that, you know, I'm sure a family would want to have, you know, someone around as long as possible. But it's a difficult question, you know. Oh, it was probably the drugs he was on. Yeah, that's pretty common. Yeah, 2020, that poor guy. And my condolences, Cajun. Yeah. Most of my relatives, let's say, when they got sick, it was pretty quick and pretty aggressive, you know. No, just coincidence, I know. Well, the way it was even with the coronavirus, and you could think of it as a really bad flu, you know, because that's basically the symptoms that it bore, isn't it? So, you know, if you're old and you're having problems and, you know, you get that, it can be a large factor. but so can the flu and whatever the case may be. You know, you would have to be very weak, you know, for it to claim you. But, you know, the same can go for, you know, a lot of stuff. Yeah, he had a good life. Well, that's good. Oh, nice. He really got out there. Oh, that's cool. Every week. Ah, nice. Yeah, he was no slouch then. He made the most of his life. And fair dues to him. He was a man who knew how to live. Yeah. Haha. Can't blame him for that. It's like that line from the Highlander. Hey, you know what I say? It's better to burn out than fade away. Oh, but he enjoyed his life. Yeah. It's not the time, it's the quality, isn't it? We're all pretty uncertain, you know, when it's gonna happen. Mainly, yeah. He sounds like a pretty cool guy. Uh-oh. Why not? I gotta love that bow, you know that? Oh, that was a massive headshot. Sorry guys, but you're in my way. If I let those guys rush me, they would have caused a bit of damage. Nice. Oh. Right, let's go. Ooh. Okay, nothing here. That's weird. It was probably one from last season. Yeah, okay. We'll have to wait outside anyway. We'll be done with this run shortly. Usually I'd do this in seconds because I'd use the wagon. There's one stupid NPC I keep trying to find. I don't want to kill a bit of time in this season anyway, why not?
I'm dying of thirst.
Oh, sugar. That was lucky, wasn't it? Why do I keep forgetting about that? Well, usually when I'm building, I turn the food and water thing off for a while because it distracts me from building. So I'm kind of used to, you know, doing it. Should you get the game? I think it's a great game. If you're looking for my recommendation, I would absolutely recommend it. It's a good buy. But for the type of games that I like, you know. But as I said, if you like games like Subnautica, you like building and that, it's pretty good. Well, if it's on Game Pass, yeah, definitely play it. Yeah, absolutely. But even if you have to buy it, I think it's worth it. But remember, once you play the 2 maps, you'll probably lose interest. It's not a game that you could play. Well, it depends on how much you're into it. I'm into it a lot, but I couldn't play it for, you know, let's say, I don't know, I might come back to it again maybe in about 3 or 4 years, you know, or 5 maybe. But, you know, once I do the 2 maps and get my achievements, I kind of lose interest. Very into it. Yeah, it was definitely worth getting. I would recommend it. The likes of that, No Man's Sky, Valheim, Subnautica, all great games. Don't ever get a game called Return to Enen or Enen or whatever it's called. It's rubbish. Absolutely. Where to go. The game is ridiculously hard to find food. It's grindy. There's not much to it. And 4 of the end achievements are permanently bugged. So I give that one a big thumbs down. Horrible little game that Microsoft won't let anyone comment on. I wonder why. Oh, look at this guy. Yeah. Not the guy I'm looking for. Won't take his stuff though. Okay, let's see what he wants. Now. Oh, this guy. Yeah, I don't think you can kill NPCs in this. I think it just goes through them. There. He'll probably ask me to get a wheel or something stupid. Yeah, let's see. Oh, just see? Yeah, you see what I mean? Just went through him there. He's invisible. He's a ghost. Hang on. Nah. Yeah. He's like super dude. Yeah, let's load that. He's definitely a boss. No, you can't do that in this, which is handy. You can't accidentally kill your settlers. Settlers don't die in this, which is nice to villagers. I haven't seen him. I think it was on the last time I streamed, Terry. Yeah, it doesn't matter. They won't die from animal attacks and all that. They'll die of old age eventually. They'll just disappear from the game. I've only got about 60-ish, I think. I want about maybe 120 to 150 by the time I finish. But I want to do it in generations. So I'm not dealing with a ton of old people at the end. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, you can have loads of people here. It's too easy to get the settlers, you know. Maybe it just should only allow you a maximum of 12. And then, you know, all of the other settlers you get after that, you would have to be families, descendants of those. I think would have made it a more interesting game. But maybe longer, maybe, you know, they couldn't really do that. Yeah? With corn, yeah? Wish you could eat them, yeah? That would be something you could play as a cannibal. Yeah. Call occasion the cannibal lecture. I'd say it might be a bit of a turn off for some people. A bit maybe too controversial. That would be right up there, I'd say, with harming kids. But you'll see something touching on it, and let's say, you know, the likes of the Fallout games where you get that mystery meat. But that was ghouls, wasn't it? Yeah. I think maybe a bit much for games. I don't know, maybe on the more adult ones.
Hello there.
I need help. Money, a new horse, sorry, but I need a wheel. Do you have any by chance? Okay, sure, I'm going anywhere. America happens, so. Yeah. No, it's a waste of time. Yeah, it's just if you're happening to carry a wheel. So, no, he's not the guy I'm looking for, but let's see where he was. Right at the crossroads here. Oh, sugar. I think that would have been a good chance for the guy I'm looking for. A cannibal tribe. I don't know, I think I've seen a few games like that. No. Probably not. In real life it has massive consequences. But early on in human civilization there was a lot of cannibalism. I remember an archaeology dig in a cave I was watching in a documentary. They found evidence of a lot of cannibalism going on for centuries and centuries, and then all of a sudden it just stopped. You know, they found bones with knife nicks and stuff where they were actually butchered. But yeah, we pretty much know why that stopped. you can't eat your own species. Mm. You can, but you die occasion. The BSE outbreak in cows, for instance. What they were doing is cows are herbivores, but that was beside the point. They were using the bones of cows and grinding them up and mixing them in with a meal. Back in the 60s, they found a tribe. We've known this for a long, long time. They found a tribe in Papua New Guinea, and they were into cannibalism. Probably, very, very remote tribe. But there was one sick guy there, and the villagers said he had some kind of disease, and the local tribe called it kuru, which in English translation means to shakes. But basically, yeah, he got it from cannibalism. It causes a brain disease. So, eating your own species has massive consequences. Maybe not short term, but let's say over a decade or two, yeah. Because in the beginning, as I said, cannibalism was pretty common. You're talking about resources, all that stuff, and it could have been a matter of life and death. Well, fish would be a little bit different. Yeah. Yeah. But, don't believe me, check it out. There's a lot of scientific evidence on this going all the way back to the Stone Age, It was stopped in the Stone Age to even realize then it was not a very good idea. And there have been outbreaks of that disease, let's say, in remote tribes that would, practice cannibalism. And, of course, the thing that happened with the cows. But all of this is in literature. They're very, very easy to check out. Good night, Terry. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. Have a good one. Take care and stay safe. And even if, let's say, it wasn't, you remember that guy, let's say? There was two guys, let's say they were, let's say, mentally unstable. They made an agreement that one guy would off himself and the other guy would eat him. I think this was somewhere in Europe, maybe Germany, I'm not sure. And they found the guy with parts of the other guy in the fridge and he was eating him. He did massive jail for that. Desecration of a corpse and tons of other stuff. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah, I think I remember that one. But if you had to survive, I suppose doing it for a length of time, there would be no consequences. But long term, it does have consequences. As I said, that outbreak. But this is pretty much established fact for the longest time. Even, let's say, even back in, the early 1900s, from archaeology and stuff like that. And then, let's say, what really cemented the case would have been, finding tribes that still, practice that, seeing that disease there and the massive effect it had. And then, reinforcing it again, let's say, when, greedy people, were feeding cows, other cows, and it happened again. It goes on forever. Oh, fat can burn a lot, yeah. But there's fat people everywhere. Well, when you say fat, let's say overweight, everywhere. Fat would burn quite quickly, apparently. Yeah. But I don't know. I definitely wouldn't do it. Even if my life depended on it. I suppose even if my life depended on it, I couldn't eat my pet. I'm a bit sentimental, I'm afraid. Hi, Eva, and how are you? I hope you've been well. I eat far too much red meat, to be honest. About 80% of my diet is red meat. It should be more varied. It should be in more moderation. Yeah. Well, let's say now that I'm older, my metabolism, let's say, is not as high. I put on a little bit of weight, but still not overweight. There's overweight, there's fat, and then there's obese. Yeah, I suppose I'm a little bit. I could stand to lose maybe about 7, 8 pounds, I suppose. You know, but that's kind of pretty natural when you get older. Even when you eat less, you're moving a lot less, and your metabolism slows down a lot. You know, especially as you're getting older, getting closer to that big day. I haven't weighed myself in ages, to be honest. I couldn't even tell you. Well, weight is deceiving. It depends on your height and build as well. You know, I know people who are very heavy, but really skinny. You know, let's say my nephew, for instance, he's about 6'4", and he looks very skinny, and he weighs massively, and he eats like a horse. Yeah, you couldn't feed this guy. But just burns it off real quick. 183. I usually do feet in inches. That's like what? 5'10", 5'11" or something, is it? Yeah, but as you get older, it changes, definitely. Oh, we're going there, sorry. Yeah, we're going there. Ornica. So right there. And that little crossroad there. I didn't even think that was a crossroad, to be honest. I'll keep an eye on that now every season, just in case. Over the bridge and down there, fair enough. It was a good time. Well, when you're younger, you're going out, you're moving a lot more as well. Always going non-stop. You'll burn it off pretty quick. But if you feel yourself slipping into too much weight, I'd say a good way of doing that is you can even eat the same amount of food. It's just, let's say, if you eat, you know, maybe 3 meals a day, you know, maybe cut it down to 5 portions with the same amount. Eat them over a space time, you know, keeping your metabolism high. You know, you can burn it off that way as well. You can actually eat the same amount of food per day and still lose a bit of weight. It's much slower, but it's definitely safer, you know. Yeah, and that as well. So you're way more active when you're younger. Oh, weights are kind of okay, to be honest. And you could put your back out as well. Well, basically, you know, as I said, maybe eat a little bit less, a little bit healthier. Eat little, eat often, and go for some nice walks or something. You know, that's a good way of burning it off safely. Although you get that high impact stress as well, let's say, on your body frame. So maybe some kind of rowing machine or something. You know, those kind of are cycle machines. Yeah, something that wouldn't have so much stress impact on your joints. Maybe something like that. Yeah, I know what you mean. Yeah, finding the energy is it's a hard thing to do. It is kind of boring, yeah. I'd rather be playing my video games. That would be a way to go as well, yeah. Yeah, they're pretty expensive, yeah. But low impact stuff, you know, especially as you're getting older, you don't want any more, you know. See, as you're walking, and especially jogging, you know, each time you take a foot forward, obviously the stress that would come from the sole of your feet right through your skeleton, which is, it's not bad or dangerous or anything, but, you know, over time, obviously that has you know, an effect, let's say, on your joints and stuff. Mm. Yeah, you just do it for a few minutes, and you know, if you do it every day or even twice a day, you know, morning and evening, it gets easier. It's like if you haven't been walking for a while, you decide to walk to the local store, and you know, you get there and you're absolutely exhausted. You're doing that for a few weeks, and it just gets easier every time. Your muscles and that need time to adjust again, you know. Oh, maybe you could turn on the settings a little bit, you know. You could use it, let's say, to improve your body. But all you need to do is just, let's say, exercise your body enough. All depends on what you want from it. And, of course, it depends on your health condition as well, you know. Maybe they're going to use it as well. Nice. But stuff like that, you know, within reason can be easy enough to change. Just needs a little bit of motivation. Depending obviously on your health. It's like that old saying, the life you want is behind the decisions the decisions you're avoiding. But yeah, motivation. And then we get into a kind of rut of things, don't we? Yeah. Yeah, cats. It's probably getting older, they sleep a lot more. Yeah, aren't we all? Aren't we all? No, I think it's this way. Let's go. We do our little selling stuff. That's the problem when you arrive here early. These are lazy villagers. You're kind of trademark, you know? There he is.
Hello there.
Yeah, it's just, I'll get the onions. I need the yellow dye, but I'll have to hold off on them eventually. Yeah. Ah, he's alright. He's okay. That's okay. Right. We have a lot of food here. Okay. Yeah, we'll start getting rid of the food, I suppose. Trimming it off a little bit. There's 4 NPCs here. We got, or 5. Oh God, there's a ton of them. There's 4, yeah, there's 5 actually, they're all here.
The right man.
Okay, we'll get this guy.
Be safe.
And this one.
How can I help?
That's nice, I got all 4 of them here in one go. Save me a bit of time.
Goodbye.
How have you been?
No, it's just a yellow dye I want from this lady. Yeah, she's got green, why not? There we go.
It was nice.
And this is the last guy here.
Can I interest you in some of my wares?
Oh yeah, has this guy got any feathers? There's a stupid challenge you gotta do, I need a ton of feathers. Nah. It's just the other guys, the hunters have feathers, I think. Doesn't matter. That's it, guys, we got everyone. All 5. Now, all we gotta do is go back to Gostovia. I've got all the junk for that challenge for the king. And then we've got that, and that. So we found another spot where that guy might spawn in. Where is he? It was down there somewhere, wasn't it? Down there. Okay, we're going to Gostovia. Oh, unfortunately, I've got to walk this one. But we'll run real quick. We'll have tons of time in this season anyway. Yeah, let's find some wives. There's a pretty interesting system in this. I think they did a good job. I've seen no silly stuff from the NPCs, you know, walking into walls, that kind of thing. They did a really decent job. I played PGS games so long that I thought that actually, you know, doing the padding on NPCs would be pretty hard. Because they've always messed it up. But these guys got it perfect. Just a small team of devs. So apparently it's pretty easy. And I'm sure BGS can do it properly. It's just they choose not to. Because that would be spoiling us a bit too much, I suppose. Yeah, we'll run out of here as quick as we can. Oh, hi, Yako. Yeah, I get them all back. Unfortunately. So, what have you been up to? I've been doing a bit of work on this settlement, but just doing a round here first. There's a stupid challenge thing on the sign. I gotta find this guy called the Beetroot Baron. I found him early in the game, but you know, he was of no consequence because we didn't have the challenge then. Okay. Let's see if we can maneuver our way through this. We're into God knows how many animals this way. I think it is that way, isn't it? No, it's the other way. That way. We might find them, I suppose. Highly unlikely. I mean, back in the... Oh, Medieval Dynasty, yeah. Yeah, I decided to do this map eventually, Yako. Oh, sugar! He's after taking a good bit of health, didn't he? I didn't see him. Ah! Okay, we're gonna be careful here. Didn't notice that guy creep in. We're not too bad. I'm wearing some decent armor. Not too bad. As well. Oh. Ah, that's good to hear. Yeah, I'm not too bad. Just a tiny stomach bug I caught, you know, one of those 48-hour things. And I should be okay. It's not too bad. Just annoying, you know what I mean? Oh, sugar. I don't want to mess about with this hunting, guys. Okay, why not? There's some nice move trophies as well. I gotta love a good crossbow, you know that. Might as well. Oh, hi, Ricardo. And how have you been? Yeah, we finished that. You've seen that last... You did, I think, yeah. You've seen the finished settlement in Oxbow. We're doing a large one here now on the valley map. Maybe not as scenic, the area, but it's got a nice bit of flat land. It's got a lot of potential. Oh, and I got the DLC as well, so I can actually make a certain amount of trees and flowers, so that should give it a different kind of look. Going for a kind of more avenued one now. Gotta love me a good crossbow. Oh, I think he means the population have become pretty old, the first ones coming in. Okay, which way do we go now, guys? I could use the horse, but I'm still looking for that guy. Okay, straight this way, and then, yeah, let's head here. Usually I just fast travel here, but I'm still looking for that stupid beetroot baron guy. On this. It's not kind of graphic like The Witcher or anything. You know. The Witcher as well can be kind of graphic. But it's a pretty fun game, you know. Yeah, I would say this guy will probably appear around the crossroads. I think that's where I seen him the last time. Not that it makes much of a difference. Yeah, that's our way there. I'm sure I'll eventually bump into him, but he's pretty random and he's pretty rare. I think what they should have done with that guy is kind of, you know, spawn him around the major towns. This is kind of ridiculous. It was so easy to find on the Oxbow map. But on this map, almost impossible. Played all the Witchers, gonna miss. Yeah, I think they've shot themselves on the foot there, much like they did with the TV series. I think it's a bad way to go. There's one core thing with an RPG that has a big following. Don't ever change the main character. You know? Or change the game, let's say, the kind of story, how it goes too much. But, I don't know. Companies don't seem to learn that for some reason. They say that the best lessons are the ones learned from failure. But apparently when it comes to video games, it doesn't seem to be true. It seems the more they fail at something, the more they'll double down. But I think, you know, taking him out of the equation as the main character is a big mistake. Absolutely, yeah. Oh, they want to change the whole thing. So it'll probably be someone with pointy ears, probably, and blue hair or something. More like, probably. Who knows? Maybe they're trying to change. To be honest, anyway, I think it's a bad plan. What do I know about games? Oh no, we're the other guy. He's down here.
Why is bread so expensive?
I think he's down here. Yeah, there he is.
Enjoy the summer.
Just want to get rid of this guy here for a minute. I'll give you your junk. Done. Now, we just got those villages to hit. I wonder how we're doing with this new king. Neutral. Victor the Brave. Look, I got my signpost from the other guy. I did a lot of work on him. Look, he lived long enough. Now, right. Let's go. I'll be heading back to that new settlement in a moment, but I'll show you the layout from here. This is going to be a biggie. That's my layout so far. I still have a lot to do on this. Well, that there, that's just going to be stuff I'm going to take out later. But it will probably be going across here. Like that. Not as scenic as the other spot, but we've got a nice bit of water around it. And a lot of trees. Yeah, it's not a. It wasn't an easy thing to do there because of the two roads. The center one kind of messed up what I wanted to do. But it was by far the best building spot. Relatively flat area. Got a lot of potential there. Especially since I can, make my own trees. How much it affects performance in a game is another thing. Which we'll find out. Season 4 today, but I'm afraid to watch it. I wouldn't blame you. I heard it's got not a lot of people watching it. Yeah. But YouTube contenders are gonna farm that forever, aren't they? I don't know, that Hemsworth guy. It's the other guy is gonna be a tough act to follow, to be honest. I think it's doomed. Even if it's going to be half sensible this time, which I sincerely doubt. I think it's doomed. I seen an interview from the screenwriter, or whoever it was, lady. I forget her name. But it sounded, I forget how it sounded again, but she was asked a kind of direct question, why did it change the story so much? And she was with this Hemsworth guy. And she said, well, we thought the book was too complicated for US audiences. I don't know. I thought that'd be pretty offensive, Oh, no problem. Cavill wanted to fall. Oh, absolutely. Cavill was ideal for that spot, and he actually cared about the story. Yeah, they changed it too much. Well, they were saying that the writers there actively made fun of the book. That's kind of strange way to be, isn't it? If you don't have respect for that. So basically they were just hijacking the IP. Using the Witcher name, let's say, to get it out there. But totally changing it to what they wanted. Well, there's a problem with that, guys. Well, obviously, they're using the IP because they want fans of The Witcher to watch, and that's where they want to make their money from. But it doesn't make sense. If they change the story like that, the fans that are watching, obviously the Witcher fans, are not going to like that, and they're not going to watch. So doomed again to fail. They were better off calling it something else, Zero had no respect for it. They did. They wanted fan fiction, and they wanted to pander to whatever social issues they thought would get them the most money and the most views, I suppose. And who knows? Maybe a bit of their ideology as well, kind of pushed in. Who knows? Yeah. I don't know why they got those guys in. Yeah, it's like, people making games that don't like games. People basing, let's say, a series on a book, and they totally disregard the book. So all you're doing then is you're using a name. But pretty much like, you know, let's say the Mercedes brand of vehicles considered to be high end. It would be like using that name and selling someone a wooden cart, calling it Mercedes. People, you know, buying that, you know, probably expecting the kind of quality they would get from a Mercedes, and wind up with a wooden cart. Definitely a Trojan horse. Yeah. That's the story with that. But if, you know, if you're doing a TV series on The Witcher, you're going to attract Witcher fans. And then if you make the story unrecognizable, you shouldn't be surprised if, you know, the people that are watching you because it's The Witcher, if they stop watching, you know. It's like if you were a restaurant and, you know, you advertised that you were serving chicken and chicken only, and everyone came there to buy chicken, but you were actually selling fish. So, you know, you shouldn't be too surprised, let's say, if you don't get much custom. The Witcher 3 was pretty good, yeah. Yeah. I don't even remember. I think I played... I'm nearly sure I played The Witcher 2. That was the one where you could bring the story over, wasn't it? Yeah. I played The Witcher 2, I think. But definitely not. I didn't play the first Witcher. That was PC only. Now, there's been rumours about that, and I've been hearing these rumours for the past 5 years that they're doing a remake of The Witcher, the first one. But it's not CD Projekt that will be doing that. It's a breakaway crew. Some ex-devs from that. And I remember the interview they did. And that was back when this kind of thing was really, you know, a big debate about this, where games were going. And he said we'll be, oh God, and this gave me shivers. We'll be making it, what was it again he said? Something like making it more accessible to the modern audience. Yeah, I kind of tuned out then and that. Well, absolutely, the tech that was there, yeah. Yeah, but all games were, you know, kind of pretty much junky.
Comes great response. Greeting.
But a lot of people were saying that, you know, these companies have certain ideologies and stuff like that. Well, I think the top tier, the guys running it, the guys that make the decision, the only ideology that I have is making money in any way possible. Do they have people that kind of believe in that working for them? Oh, of course they do. But the decisions on a game is not down to them. So I think a company will go, no matter how controversial it is, they'll go with where they think they'll make the most money.
Maybe I'll start.
But gaming has been around a long time, you know, and the younger people, you know, maybe don't play as much games. People caught up in that kind of social issue. And I don't think they'll get a lot of custom from that, in my opinion. You could turn up the difficulty in The Witcher 3, yeah. I played it on Nightmare and got all my achievements on that occasion. It's pretty hard on Nightmare. There was one griffin in particular, let's say, that would spit acid. Yeah, he was pretty hard to down. You know, even when I maxed out my character. Took me a good few tries to ground that. Yeah, I played it on Nightmare, on the hardest difficulty level. But everything was like a boss fight then. It was a very, very hard grind. Okay, where's that lady? Ah, come on. There she is. Yeah, pretty hard on Nightmare. There was one Griffin he was extremely hard to get.
And the king
It was
seems
more
to
of a
be doing
fluke I got him in
just
the
fine.
end.
Hello? Can I interest you in some of my wares?
But on normal, yeah, it would be easy enough. Depends on what way you want to play it. Always has been, yeah. Rarely will you see a game now that has a really good combat system, and even if it does, it's lacking in something else. You know, the combat system, the story, the graphics, you know, the lore. I've yet to see a game, let's say, that would make the most of all of those four aspects of a game. Yeah, well, it was probably the setting. The aggro has turned down a lot as well, let's say, in the setting. But it was no joke getting my achievements out on that one. You prepare enough with oils and stuff like that. You know, you get through most of them, but one in particular was that stupid griffin on the hill. It took me ages to kill him.
Good luck.
And I had a lot of practice at that game at the time. So my timing was pretty perfect. And of course my health was a lot better as well. My reactions were a bit quicker. Oh, hi Martian. And how are you? And what have you been up to? We're just doing a rounds. I decided to walk this time. I'm looking for a stupid NPC that I can't find. And then we're getting back and we're doing our little thing on our settlement. 8 times, yeah. Maybe better. No chance. I've been trying for seasons here for... I've even Googled where he might spawn in. Nobody has a clue. Everyone can tell you where he spawns in the Oxbow map, but that's easy. He's pretty easy to find, but on this... My god. Not so much. So, how's the start of your weekend, Martian? What have you been up to? I see we're going sideways, are we? Yeah, it's just those 3 little villages we have to do. This will be pretty quick. Now we have a tiny chance he might spawn in here, and the reason I'm thinking this, a vendor shows up here sometimes. But from what I see, it's the same vendor. I'm no closer to finding this. I found him early in the game, and for the life of me I can't remember where I found him. Has anybody here ever found the Beetroot Baron on the valley map? I found him once, but I didn't really take much heed. You know, just sold him some junk and moved on. I thought he'd be common enough spawning, but he isn't. Now I need him for that challenge. I can't find him. Good. Feeding the dog's going to jump on my village shortly. Oh, nice, and happy Friday to you. Yeah, have you found the Beetroot Baron? Are you playing on the Oxbow map, is it? You would think there would be something on the internet about it, but no. All the vague kind of... I think I found him somewhere here, and I think I found him somewhere there. Not much good.
Welcome.
No. Just those 2. We're nearly finished now anyway with our round, so we can make our way back. And we were pretty successful. I saw this rubbish meat. And I'll show you what I've done.
Good day.
I did the hedges I said I'd do. I managed to get a couple of the kitchens in as well. But I've been kind of careful. So where I'm putting the stuff. Takes a while. I played as the fast class. Oh, the cat, yeah. What was I going in as? It was the bear at a wolf or something. Yeah, it would have been on normal. But I wanted to get all my achievements in one go, so I had to go in on nightmare.
Hey, old friend.
But it made it pretty interesting, you know? Well, I needed something, let's say, on nightmare, something more tanky. I love to play tank anyway.
Want to see my wares?
Yeah, I love to play tank. There we go. There's a possibility of a bandit camp down here. But I've never seen an NPC. Let's see what we've got. Yeah, it's usually there if it's going to be anywhere. In the crossroads down here, it's usually a cart. If anything does spawn in. I'll tell you, wherever this guy spawned... But Google will tell you it could spawn anywhere, which is not really helping me. But I've yet to see someone with a screenshot of where he's spawning in. The Cune, yeah. Yeah, it's like a kind of force field. Will take a decent amount of hit. Depends. Yeah. Well, we'll run out pretty quickly, let's say, if you get into a big enough battle. But, you know, once you learn the moves in that, no matter what you're on, the guys with the shields obviously will kind of be a bit of a problem in the beginning. But there is a system to that. Just break down their shields and try and draw them out one by one is probably the best way. It's been ages since I played that game. Probably very rusty at it now. Yeah. Well, at the beginning I used a cat and that. Oh, rest up. Every time I get something with more hit points, I would kind of lean into that or more protection. Playing as a tank, you gotta take a lot of damage as well.
How do you do?
Whatever you need, I've got it.
Let's get rid of some of this now.
So long.
Alright, I think we've only got one more guy after this, guys. We can get rid of the meat and the junk we have. We'll definitely need water shortly. There, just one more, well, one more town, 2 vendors. Oh, we're pretty good. Now, another spot, I don't know, an NPC spawns here sometimes. I wonder whether they switch. I hope they do. Many levels under, yeah. I got rid of a good few bandits on that way over my level if you kind of draw them out a little bit. The crossbow wasn't too bad as well, but yeah, just like this game, it gets you into trouble as well. Trying to get behind your opponent and giving them a few taps as well. But yeah, chunky enough gameplay. But you're kind of expecting it really from, you know, those kind of games. Yeah, it's usually down here. No, nobody spawned this time. Usually around there, actually. That's where they should spawn. Okay, no spawns. I tell you, this beetroot barn is a hard guy to find. Gwent, yeah, I got pretty decent at that. That was kind of fun. Getting that last card, let's say, you know, could be a bit nasty in that competition. That one, I think I had to save scum that once or twice to get the last card. Because you've got to win against 2 or 3 guys, isn't it? It's this one here we're going. Oh no, that's it here, Turkey. Whatever it's called. Yep, that's the next guy. Then we're good. This is the last one, guys. Just for that, what's it called? That Gwent game. Because, you know, no matter how good the cards are, depends on the deck that the other guy comes up with. Yeah, it can be dodgy, you know, trying to get them.
I saw stranger things. Greeting. I've got everything you need.
Okay. Well, we've got 150 meters when we're to saw that.
Farewell.
Now, just one more NPC. And then we're right back to the settlement.
Welcome. Let me show you my wares.
Aha. My. Okay, we're left over a lot of meat.
Hope to see you soon.
Oh well, we'll let them cook it up for us. We'll be good. I do usually, but I'm looking for an NPC Martian, the Beetroot Baron. Usually I don't even bother that much. I would use the cart to fast travel, and then just use the horse when I'm going on quests. But I'm looking for this stupid NPC. Very early in the game he showed up. He's called the Beetroot Baron, but I couldn't use him because there was a certain thing I had to do to take a challenge out. It's only when you earn enough, let's say, to get your own signpost in from the king. And now that I need the stupid guy, I can't find him. So I have a better chance of finding him this way. You know? But usually I would fast travel. Yeah. First of all, early in the game with this, I'll be running around. That's when I found him. Then, let's say, when I can get a stable in for a horse, I'm totally using the horse. And then when I've got tons of cash, I'm just using the wagon and that's it. You know what I mean? But now I'm kind of forced back to that. Kind of missed this anyway, you know. I wouldn't mind finishing all those challenges before I go. Because the chance of me playing this after this playthrough again would be very, very slim. Maybe in 4 or 5 years' time, maybe. Or maybe if they do something different to it, I might come back. You know, as good as it is, still lots of other games out there I want to play. You know? Yeah, I've got tons of horses. And it was even one of the challenges, let's say, to fall off a donkey. I got that one as well. Yeah, it will probably be... Would you believe I've never played Fallout 3? And I recently acquired a digital download of that with all of the DLCs. Never played it on Twitch. Then I've got Assassin's Creed Mirage. But I wouldn't mind playing different games. But Xbox, yeah. And who knows, with this new expensive console they're coming out with, telling us that we'll get access, I'll believe it when I see it, to Steam games. That would be a massive game changer. I could have the best of both worlds, in a sense. You know, games from PC and, even though probably very expensive, the comfort of a console. But I wouldn't be holding my breath for that one. Yeah, there it is. Let's get in here. Where is it? Oh, it's down here. Right. Let's go. Yeah, they blocked me from using my physical discs. And then when you complain about it, they tell you it's your fault. That you should tell them and buy a digital download. Yeah. Doesn't make a difference anyway. Even if you got the physical disc, guys, it needs a server to run on. So, whenever they feel like it, they can basically stomp the game. I miss the days when you could play games without the internet. Oh, yeah. Now let's dump off some of our junk here. Oh, wait till morning and I'll give you a quick peek at this before we start doing something. Now, what have we got in animal feed? I had tons, I shouldn't even be buying any. Almost there. I want that for decoration later. I could make them, but I want to see if it kind of works for me. I haven't got around to doing the proper decoration yet. Fallout 3 is good, but going back, I always want to build. Yeah, totally know what you mean. Oh, that's green now. It's not where we're going. Where's yellow? There it is. Perfect. I have not tried. Oh, really? Any of them? Yeah, the older ones maybe they're pretty decent. I found, let's say, the most immersive, but then again, you know how nostalgia is, Martian. I found the most immersive of the Fallout games to be New Vegas. Fallout 4 was okay. Story was a bit lacking. Tons of bugs as usual, but it was because of the building, you know. Fallout 3 was, it was pretty decent, you know. At least I tried to do a story on that one. That's kind of decent as well. They definitely don't make them like that anymore. Yeah. Fallout 4 was never much of a story. You'd have to be kind of into the settlement building to kind of appreciate it. And even then, you know, if it wasn't for the settlement building. But it was about as far into building as BGS ever got. And now they're going to stay away from it forever. Because it's too much like hard work for those guys. And I was saying that for a long time. And people were saying that, you know, oh, Starfield is going to be so good at building. It was rubbish. But, you know, that didn't take a lot to see that one coming. Nice, get some water, get some food, and we're good. Absolutely. Yeah, New Vegas was the most immersive. But for building, something to do, better graphics, you know, more exploration, definitely Fallout 4. The story suffered immensely in Fallout 4. Let's say compared to New Vegas. But it had other things that kind of made up, if you know what I mean. But again, it depends on what kind of game you actually like. You know, obviously. I think there's 4 main boxes, I suppose, in any RPG would be, you know, obviously story, graphics, mechanics, and what was the other one? Story, mechanics, graphics, and exploration. Yeah. The way it is with building is it's not really common in most games. So, that would definitely be a bonus if you're into building. Yeah, it did at the end seem like a bit of a job, didn't it? Yeah, so I got all of this in here. Remember I was saying I was going to do that. I had a rough look at it the last time we were on streaming. So this is what I've done here. Now there'll be fences coming here later. So I'm going with this kind of look. I still have work to do here later, so this is one thing new I've put in. I've obviously done it the other side as well. As simple as it looks, it takes time to measure it out and put that in. Basically the same here. Well, when the fences are crossed, this will be their way of kind of getting in and out. So this on this side as well. Yeah, it needed that bit of green from the air. I still haven't done the decorations here. I'm just doing this in layers. Now this is the new one I put in here. And this is for my 2 kitchens. Which again needs a bit of decoration. Performance is taking a bit of a hit here for a while. It should settle in a moment. No doubt the trees. I still have a good bit of building to do. So I went with a double light system on this. More light the better. And I eventually got an excuse to use these. It's the only relative piece of flat ground I got. I was thinking about the chicken and the geese out here maybe. What's so boring? I hate building in games. Well, it doesn't suit everyone. Yeah. The F6 here, yeah. For some people, it's at least a bonus, or sometimes it's their favorite part. Always evening and night. And thanks for stopping in, Cajun. I appreciate it. Have a good rest. Have a great weekend. Take care and stay safe. Bye. Yeah, some people will play the game for the lore, the story. Most play just for shooting and killing stuff. Some would play for, let's say, the building. I like a combination of a lot of things. But I would play the game just for the building itself, I suppose. But yeah, not for everyone. Now, let's sleep a little bit. And we see what we need to do. First of all, anyway, I have to go into management and check out these guys I have. It's been a few days. Okay, let's check management. The fields. Oh, what field is that? Oh, that's the massive wheat field. There's 4 of these. What are these 2 here? No, that's it. 17 fields. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, they're done. I think that's not seeded till summer. Let me have a look. I think they seed that in the summer. Now, I'm done with all my farmers. I'll have to send them back to the mines. I'm waiting for the other guys to grow. We should be able to get a few in over the next couple of seasons. Yeah, that won't be sown until, I think, autumn. I think it's sold in the autumn, and then I think in summer. Yeah, I think in summer then it's reaped. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think we're done with that. Let's see the farmers. We need to get those guys out. Yes, back to the mines for those. Let's see. Farming. Well, they're okay. They're doing their jobs there. There they are. Oh, I see. Okay. They're going back to the mine. This one is maxed out as well. Okay. Back to the mine with you guys. Oh, that's the guy that's in there. Okay. We need the farmers. 4 of them. I want them more organized. I might just have them standing around, but for now I can't really do that. And the rest of the farmers. Okay. I think there's one more farmer hiding out here. There he is. Okay. Now, this little guy down here. Now we have to look at our apprentices. They should be all maxed out by the time we're using them, guys. Because they came in with pretty high stats. And let me just get something to drink. It's just a little bit of organizing I have to do. But they're going to be the next generation here. So what I'll do is send those guys to the mines. Give the older guys a break. And get them to work on the farm. No rest for the wicked, huh? Now let me get something to drink. Actually, they'll sing that song, Hi-Ho, if you send them to the mines. Yeah, the devs actually had a sense of humor. Yeah, the second I sent one guy to the mine, he started humming Hi-Ho. It's off to work we go. There's actually some quotes about The Witcher in this as well. I don't know if you can cop them. What was the saying? I once knew a guy that, kept saying winds howling, even when there was only a light breeze. But that was something The Witcher used to do. Winds howling. I'm pretty sure I heard that in The Witcher. There's tons of little stuff like that. Kind of humorous. Now, I do need about 10 of the larger houses in. So, yeah, if you kind of listen, you'll hear these little quotes. So I need a spot for them in a moment. Let's see. This is the best way I have of seeing who's finished with it. Okay, that guy is still in the... Okay, iron worker. They're okay for a while. There's still 7 miner, he's maxed. Ah, I see a blacksmith needs to go. You're going to the mines. Okay. We need somebody to go to the mines. We have a spot for those. Oh, there's one. Oh, no, that's the herbalist hut. Okay, we'll have to open up another mine. We've got 6 here. We'll draw 1 down. We'll put in... What's his name? Odin. There. Yeah, I'll put Odin in here so we can put the other guy out of the way. Yeah. Yeah. Really, yeah. But I think there was a part where he just keeps saying it, winds howling. Yeah, I remember that in The Witcher. Maybe, I think it was on 2. I'm not sure. But I'm nearly sure, I could be wrong obviously. I'm nearly sure I heard it on Witcher. Yeah, those guys will do. Yeah, he'll do. Now, where's that little guy we were looking for? He was a blacksmith, wasn't he? Yeah. You're now a miner. I just need to get him out of there. Was it Witcher 3? It was one of them, yeah. Kind of forget. Now, that's that guy out of the way. Now, let's check for these other guys. Okay, he's working on production, farming. That's minor, minor, where was? There's an 8 on farming, minor, minor. Blacksmith, he's okay. Animal breeder, 8, minor. Cook. Farmer. There's a farmer, needs to go. That farmer can go straight into production, I think. And that's smithy. There it is. Now, perfect. Actually, I want him on extraction. Yeah, that's the new guy I have in, the 14-year-old. The well will actually max that guy out pretty quickly. We got anybody on the well? No, perfect. Yeah, he'll do there. That'll max him pretty quick. Yeah, I don't really... I've only done 2 seasons on the fields, you know, just to keep them covered as long as possible. Yeah, I've just got to do it this way because I haven't got enough to run everything. And I'm trying to max them out, so I'm putting them on all different jobs, maxing them out as quickly as possible. Just a little fun thing I want to do. I didn't bother doing it on the last one, so I wanted to do it this time. It doesn't really make a difference. It does make a difference, let's say, if they've got kids. They'll have higher stats, but you wouldn't have to do this. Just pick a guy for a certain job, leave him on it till it becomes a 10, and that's it, really. Just a kind of fun thing, you know. But yeah, that's one thing you can't do. You know, tell them to do farming 1 year and then mining the next. You can, let's say, on the farm tell them what to do, let's say on the field, every season, but that's about as far as it goes. But you can't move them from that job. You'd have to do that one manually. Now, there's 1 or 2 ladies I'm working on here as well. And let me see, have they maxed out in any way. This is the easiest way to do it here. Yeah, let me see. Oh, she's still working as a hunter. She's an 8. She's okay. Now, where's the other one? It starts with N. What's her name? There she is. Alright, she's maxed out, guys, on production. So, there's farming. So she's either going to be a hunter or... Okay, we'll put her in the herbalist hunt. That'll be the fastest way to get her up. She's a blacksmith. Okay, we're losing a blacksmith for a little bit. What's her name? Nicola. Okay, Nicola. We're putting in Nicola. There. We'll work on that little stat. Yeah. That's it. We're pretty much done here. Now, just go down here. I need some... Oh, I need to get some food. We'll feed this guy. Well, usually I'm doing a long stint of building here. I'll turn off the food and water requirements because I don't want to be bothered by that when I'm building. Well, let's just get some food.
They told me that
Now let's eat some food. Oh, I had food. I had 300 food. That's ridiculous. There. Now, we're okay for water. Let's do a main save here in the center and we'll see if we can improve on this a little bit. I like to do this in layers. I'll have to figure out what I'm going to do here later, to be honest. But I've been avoiding it so far. There, we're pretty safe. Now let's see where we are. So this is where... What's going on here? There. So this is where we are so far. It's hard to see in this fog. So that's what we did need. Wheat. You know, it's not really a farm without wheat. So I don't need flax that much. I need to do something here in this small area. There needs to be more fencing here. I've managed to do the 2 kitchens eventually. And this will need to be doing a bit of fencing as well. But don't want to commit just yet to the fencing. We can't see it much from here. I suppose finding somewhere for the geese and chickens would be the thing. I'm highly leaning towards this area down here. But I want a neat little entrance, and I don't want to be breaking out again, you know, behind the trees. I'll be doing fences across here later. But only when I start decorating here and kind of finishing an area and moving on, which I'm a good bit away from yet.
It smells divine.
And we can put bric-a-brac and junk in here, it's not a biggie. So yeah. See, my problem in this mostly, obviously, well, entrance will be okay. You know, we can kind of get in by here. Or I should say the NPCs will. You know, through here. Even when I've got this fenced off. So, let me just save here for a moment. Symmetry, however, is going to be hard. And I'm sure we'll figure out something. So, basically we can run another post from here going back. Basically separating this in 2 would probably, you know, the chickens here. Well, this is kind of boxed in anyway. It's not a biggie. And then you'd have the geese here. More than enough room, maybe even too much. Now, another thing might be maybe the likes of not the well anyway. I actually want 1 well would be enough to run the entire settlement most likely. So I'm thinking about there. I'm making it a kind of garden, although there'll be too many gardens by the time I end. So what do we need to build? Well, I can't put houses in here. I definitely can't do that. So there's there's the workshop, guys. 1 workshop is enough. And there's the sewing hut. Let's have a look at them out here. But I might drag the road from the other side. I don't want to be going through those trees again. So, we'll forget about the houses. We need a herbalist hut. And this one is a sewing hut. They're roughly around the same size, aren't they? And we need a hunting one as well. This is the... What's this one? That's a sewing hut. They look the same. I'll only need 1 of each. Herbalist. And sewing. Oh, kind of the same. Oh, there's plenty of room. That's not a problem. But it's the angle it's coming in on the map might be a problem. I wanted to put most of these on a kind of square ground. Maybe one of the bigger buildings. Well, we only need 1 workshop. I'd say the workshop, guys. Depends on its size. Well, a workshop is pretty big, isn't it? Yeah, I think workshop. It does, doesn't it? Yeah. Okay, I'd say the workshop would be the way to go. All of these buildings. Well, I can actually move that, strange enough. So we wouldn't have to build another one. But to be honest, we're better off building it because it's possible to place in one piece. The foundations would be easier. Then we have the like of this piece of junk. But a bit small. We have that. And we have this piece of junk as well. Let me see. Well, we're gonna find out now anyway. Here, actually, I'll load up. So, we're thinking the workshop. Now, if we're going with the workshop, it's probably the right size. See, I've got a ton of room here, so I want to spread it out as much as possible. And we'd only need one workshop, definitely. So I'm really reluctant to go through here one more time. But if I have to, this is definitely the way to go. But if you look at it from the map, here, you're going with one here, and then you're going with one here. Now, one here, and one here, and one here, you kind of get away with that. But another one I think is a bit too much. So here I'm thinking of bringing a full roadway from here, breaking that out, at least one of them, and bringing a straight road down here, and then plopping in my workshop right there, with the front coming out this side. And this is where I can put in all the junk then, all of the stuff for the workshop. I think it will work, especially with its size. Yeah, see, I want to spread it out, and you know, I don't want it too much, but I want it to look decent on the map. And then I can get rid of the other smaller junk here. So, yeah, okay, let's have a look at this. We'll give it a quick look. And first of all, I want to see what it looks on the map, see if we can level it up a little bit. So, you could, if you wanted to, you know, start packing them in everywhere. Then you're left with large tracts of ground, you know, where I don't want the guys to be concentrated too much, you know. Yeah, you see where I'm going. You want to do the symmetry, you want it to look good, and you want to disperse the population as well. But that's a one-off thing, I know, building one of those, and it's just the right size, I think, for what I need. I think we could get away with it, within reason. We'll see. Take a while to push it in, but I think we could make it. Once we get the measurement right, it will go pretty quick. And that'll be another thing off our list. We'll only need, we might need 200 cabins. There's a possibility if this population starts to explode. Well, we need one of everything at least, but definitely 2 kitchens. We can always, you know, tap them down if they're producing too much. But this, I wanted to squeeze in a few more settlers than the last one if I could. So, I'm thinking this. So first of all, you can kind of see where it goes anyway, at least. So we need a workshop tree. Now, the reason I'm not going to use the other one, a full one is almost impossible to set. But if we just set the base and then build it up from there, and the beauty of this is I can move this. Oh, that's weird. Yeah, I can kind of move it like that. It's really good. Now, let's see. First of all, we look at its size. Oh, its size is it's pretty decent. So I would need to get that in line with this, if you see what I mean, and somewhere roughly about halfway. So about there. Now to do that, let's say, yeah, okay. I'll put down a measurement. On Fallout 4, so you're already going to do what I would do. I have to have some kind of symmetry to it. I don't know. I think it's easier in the long run if you kind of use a system. So on this I want it to look good from the air, I want it to look good from the map. and I want it to look good on the ground. I could rush it, and it would still be pretty decent. But, you know, I need an excuse to stay a little bit longer on this. And this gives me something to kind of concentrate on. Yeah, I think that would work. It doesn't have to be, you know, perfectly, with perfect symmetry, let's say with one on each side or whatever the case may be. Having said that, if that road wasn't there, I'd go in with a similar one on the other side. But this would work for me. But we'll get it as much symmetry as possible into this. So, okay. So this is what we're doing now. This is our master save. This is our go back to kind of thing. So this is the one we want. There we go. Now, I would want this maybe 3 back. So there'll be a lap, let's say, on the road that would close this in. So we can use the fields as a measurement. And then we'll be going 1, 2, 3. So this side here would be center for the road. Oh no, this one actually here would be center. First one. This is just a temporary thing. Push that down. So this is a rough center here. And that will lap over 1, so it should be able to, you know, cover any kind of spaces. No, order. Everyone has a different kind of mind. Like, randomness, I think it's okay. But even randomness can have a kind of order. Even if you look at what they did on Fallout 4, it might look messy. But there's a kind of order in it as well. You know, that kind of stuff. Definitely. But for me, I think it just looks better. I could be wrong. But it's just my taste, you know. But mostly for me, it gives me something to do, you know. Order and chaos. And there's order in everything, if you look close enough. Okay, we're definitely not going through there. So, we'll take these out. So all we need is our markers. We can't put the marker until the end. We can put this back one. No, we can't actually put any of them. So, let's see how far this guy goes. So it's got to be about 3 steps back from this, and we got to center it. Oh yeah, 3 steps from that. This is not going to be that easy. Let's leave it there for a moment. Now, let's see. We get a rough little measurement on this guy. It takes a little bit of time, but we'll get there in the end. So we'll call that 1, 2, 3, 4. Again, it doesn't have to be absolutely perfect. 2, 3, 4, 5. So it's about 5.2. We definitely need more room. We'll obviously be measuring from, I would say, that tree there. So we got a 5.2. 1, 2. We're going down a good bit, guys. Okay. You nearly have to grid it, yeah. This is a kind of system I would use here. You could do it the other way, but it would take a lot of time. This will get you 90% of the way there, you know. Let me see this now for a moment. 2, 3, 4. 2, 3. Okay, that's 2. Well, that's 3 actually, isn't it? Now. Yeah, we'd have to be somewhere centered between these two. I'd say we'd manage another one, guys. Let's get this guy out of the way. Let's see. I think this is about 3, but it needs a little bit space on each side. They're usually at around a 3. Roughly. Roughly about a 3. Here, let's get this out of the way. Well, really, what we should be doing, guys, we should be doing it from there. Yeah, this would be easier. Here, let me move this. Let's get that guy just out of the way. This will do most of our hard work for us here. And I'll get a center point, and we'll just click into the center point. Doesn't matter about the roadway, but it definitely matters about this. So 1, oh, we want to be back here. Oh, there's a tree from this. 2, 3, 4. I wonder would it work from that. Oh, it might. Here, let's put that there for a moment. I want to see how far I need to bring this down. It doesn't have to be... Yeah, that's about spot on. Okay, we're going 3.1. Right, okay. This would be the center point here. Let's see how much we've got. I'll put this in as a backup for a second. Get rid of this one, and now we'll see what kind of room we have. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. About 9.3. 9.3, well, the one we have is about 9.4, so about 10. About 10, I'd say. That's not really where we need to be, is it? We're keeping in line with this guy. We might get a... Yeah, we're wasting our time. Let's see. 2, 3. Back here. 2, 3, 4. Let's see what our measurement are now. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11.1. 11 would do. Yeah, but we're going center on this. So, let's say 11.1. So, you see there's 2 5s and then 6, so 5.3 I'd say would probably work. Now let's see, 5.3. That's 1 anyway. Oh. The road would be going here. Now, so that's 1, and that's 3, so all we need is 5 of these for a center point. That, I think, there is center point. Let's keep going. Yeah, that's roughly. Oh, maybe a little bit less. I might have overshot a tiny bit, but let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So it should be roughly around 10. And we've got... We don't really need to do this, but I have nothing better to do. 2, 3... you could say 4. But let's say 3. Yeah, the numbers. It's roughly about 3. Not that it's going to make a difference, it's just me being silly. 1, 2, 2. Yeah, with that one there, it's roughly 3. Yeah, so I'd say that would work. So we'd need center point on this, and that's roughly 3. And it will be going in... Yeah, getting it in now is going to be a problem. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So on the third one, and then we put a box behind that, that should roughly give us what we want. I can get my head around this for a moment. That should roughly be reasonably center. We'll just squish this in for a moment and we'll see what it looks like on the map. The problem is pushing this little freak in now. Yeah, the tree won't let me. Okay, I can guess it from here. More than one way to skin a cat. And it won't give us the room we want. I'm guessing it'll roughly be 3 to 4 on the outside. So there. Probably around the tree. It's 4 here, but it needs to be tightened. Yeah, about 3, 3.5. Now let's see. You see, the way this is here, I wouldn't mind going over probably another 0.2 or 0.3. Yeah, you see this here? But it's halfway on this, but is it good enough for this? Yeah, maybe we push it down a bit more. Okay, so let's say we go down another one. See how that looks. Yeah, well, we're not dealing with a square. Primarily I needed to look good from the map, that's more like it. I was right though, we'd have to go back about 0.2. I'm thinking, to be honest. I think I was right with my first guess. To about halfway on that. I would say roughly. Roughly about there. The 0.2. And here we go. Yes, I could live with that. That would be about right. You see, even at that, it's almost lined. Just a smidgen. Just a smidgen. Once the road goes in, yeah, it looks a lot better. Now, the downside of the road, obviously, is we'll have to get rid of this little guy. But I will try to actually, if the ground is flat enough, to kind of use this. I doubt we'll get away with it. Be more of a fence kind of system. Yeah, looks about right now with a 0.2. So you can't have it everywhere with a perfect here, but by the map really makes a big difference. And it's not really noticeable by here. Now you can see where it's misaligned. It's a good form, if not more. Well, I'm not bothered about the 4, as long as I can line up the road. Now, let's see if we can tighten this a little bit. That's a slight turn. Again, doesn't make a difference. We'll know when a road goes in. I don't know, guys. Looks pretty decent to me. It's even, you see that little nasty piece we had here? It's even sorted out now. That looks pretty decent. Now, let's say the proof of the pudding is in the eating, so let's see. Yeah. It's pretty straight. And then once the road goes in, we'll be perfect. I think that might be the one we're looking for, guys. That would be the center of the road there. Yes, I wouldn't mind getting it another smidgen, you know that. It needs a tiny smidgen. That's going to be a problem. Okay, we'll need a save on this one. And the reason I'll have to save here, let me put in my marker here before we do this. I mean a tiny, tiny bit. This is where we have to be kind of careful. I'm thinking it needs to be about 0.1. We have the save anyway. I think that's more like it. Nah, too much. Too much, too much, too much. Let's see. It could be a bit of an illusion. We have the save anyway. Probably wind back in the same spot. Yeah, no matter what I do, it's going to look too high. It's probably just the angle we were looking at. It will make a difference once the road goes in anyway. Here, let's load this. I'm exaggerating the problem a little bit. Now, let's see about the roadway. That will probably be the one we need to get our head around. And the fencing it off, of course. How could you deal with that? Well, it's something... you're talking about a gateway, aren't you? Maybe. I don't know if we could use that kind of railings, but it would be nice to kind of go with that. It could be just the angle I'm looking at. No. Oh yeah, I fixed the other 8 houses over the other side as well. Finished the last of the decorating on them, so they're kind of ready. Well, out from a little bit of manual decorating I have to do. Now let's see this roadway. Well, it can take ages loading these up, but you know, once you know where everything goes, it goes pretty quick. Now this is the center point here. But that will have to be brought back at a very minimum. Well, I definitely don't want to bring it all the way back there, so maybe there. Let us see. A bit on the far side. Let's see about there. Ish. Yep, that's in line. One more here, we'll put a road in, we'll see what it looks like. The road might have to be adjusted on each end a little bit. But we need the main guy in. Yeah, it doesn't matter about those ones. We'll be probably going to that stone there. Right, let's see. It pushes a little bit forward, so I'm guessing probably around there. And then with this guy here, probably around there. Maybe a little too far, but let's see. So that will be a road down here, and then it's a matter of fencing it off and seeing if we can do something interesting with it. Well, let's see it on the map. There you go. I'm not above board with that. We bring it in pretty close to the trees, but it might be worth a shot. But yeah, that's perfect there on there. I'm surprised with that one. Yeah, this I could live with. Ideally I'd want no road there and we'd come out again with another building. Well, we can live with this. Now my issue is if we bring it here, will we still able to get the fencing in? Probably. We're gonna find out. If I can fit the fence in, I'm good with it, to be honest. I might even go with the same fence again. But once we can fit that in, we shouldn't be too bad. Yeah, looks okay. Okay, let's see. Either way, it's easy to get rid of the road, it's not a biggie. Okay, around there, I'd say. Ah! Fraction too much, but yeah, I think we'd manage it. Yes, the fraction, I mean a tiny fraction. This is going to be a pain in the backside. Let me see. Yeah, you can just see a little bit of it there. I mean a fraction. No, it's not actually. It's just the way I'm looking at it. Let me see. I think I got it. Here. No, it is. See, I'm not sure if that's the road itself or... It's one of these white spots. I think it's the road itself. Once it goes to the trees, it goes a bit iffy. Here, let's save it again. Okay, let's give it another shot. No harm in trying, I suppose. So it was roughly around there I put it, so now we'll go there. Oh, that looks a bit better, doesn't it? Yeah, that's it. It was, I mean, just the tiniest bit off. Now, I think we're good to go with the fencing. I don't think it's going to affect it. But we're going to check it now. I'll be using a lot of fencing in this. Which hopefully I'm going to try and get some of it done on this string. It's going to be a crazy amount of fencing. Yeah, it's not a problem. I can blend in here with another piece of fence. Yeah. Oh, the NPC, is it? Yeah. This one here. Oh, we just get this one here. I'll have a look at this. Just get this out. But yeah. I think we're not too bad. Now let's see. Okay, I think we have a winner, guys. It's about as good as it's gonna go. Ideally you put a road out there, but it would look too much off. Too many roads going out. Too much hassle. There's plenty of access in here. And I want the NPCs, let's say, to kind of split up a bit, and this will force them to take different directions as well. As I said, the padding on these guys, you know, it's pretty good. We need them to split up. Usually you need about 10 of them to get her on a road. Okay. They'll never use, yeah? Probably. But they did a good job on these NPCs, I must hand it to them. Yeah, okay. I'm happy enough for that. I will leave those in for a moment. Now let me see. It's nearly time time for us to sleep anyway. We'll get this build real quick. And then we'll get rid of the other one. We'll transfer the NPC over. I have it on fast building. Usually it would take about 5 hits to do this. And all it means is more time. But we kind of did that on the first settlement in Oxbow. I think we kind of did our time on that. Definitely did our time. There's one thing I've never liked about the workshop is this, the way they did the roof. I don't know, maybe that was a similar thing maybe in medieval times to split the roof that way. The map shape. Oh, like a hair curl. Oh yeah, kind of. Yeah. Yeah, kind of, yeah. Kind of, I see what you mean. Oh, we'll do the rest of this in a moment. We'll have to work out colours and that. Now you can't put any, unfortunately you can't put any shutters on these. But so we'll be going with window boxes. Of course, of course. And obviously the large window boxes. The colour outside. Well, I wanted something different for production buildings. Well, with the log here traditionally going black, yellow for the houses. I don't know on this one. Maybe orange. Yeah. I want to do something different with the colours. Let's get some sleep anyway before we do. Except this one I went green. This is kind of unique house. Well, for this settlement at least. Now, I typically go henbane or something with these, but let me see. So that's what we've got so far. So we've still got a lot of room. I can put junk and stuff in here. So that's not an issue. But that's everything I want to put on this side, and I think that's okay. I think the donkeys might need a bit of space. You can't go too close to that anyway. There's an area here that I just might pop in a few trees maybe. But this, I will probably join this up a little later, and I'll be blending the fencing back into this guy. But before I could even get there with the fencing, I would have to make sure, you know, we get down a good bit. Well, basically now I should be able to do the fencing all the way from here right to there. And then from there to there. Those 2 sections I should be able to finish. Because I'm pretty confident I won't be needing any more entrances. That's kind of center. Now let me just save this. I'll bring the NPCs over in a second and get rid of the other one. There. Now I'll just pause this for 1 minute, guys, while I just check on my doggo. He's not well. I've got him in the cage here. Just make sure he's okay. Won't be a moment. There we go. Apologies. So, oh, I know what I need on this one for starters before we go any further. Yeah, it's gotta be that colour. We'll work that one out before we go any further. I don't know, can you put a light on the outside of this? Oh wow, you can. Perfect. Okay, we'll do the rest of this later. You're talking about banners and whatever. Now, yeah, I want to decorate this and get this over with. So, I have yellow for houses, black for the other stuff, obviously. What else did I put in here? Oh yeah, I've got green for the farmhouses and stuff. See these guys here? Yeah, green for those. So, orange is probably the way I'll go with the production. Yeah, I want to split it up a bit. So, we've used yellow on that. Blue is horrible. Red is almost as bad. And can't use black. Violet. Well, I'll probably use the violet on the inside. Except for the blacksmith, I always do it in black. So, yeah, the only reasonable colour we have is orange.
I need to drink something.
It's a neutral enough colour. And then we'll see the other ones. I'll just get some food and water for this guy. Piece by piece, I'll sort everything out. Yeah, we're good to go. Right, we'll orange this up and then we'll see what we need on this. We'll do a save. Well, definitely, I go with... It's actually not bad, the violet on the inside. Usually do production with that. Let's see, we're going with orange, isn't it? Colour's actually not that bad. I've got a ton of supplies because I haven't been building for a while. I've been kind of stockpiling them. Violet on the inside. That's all you can do. I won't just let you do colours. Most of the decorating is done in here with this rubbish anyway. I won't let you do lights either. I've already got two in. So not much to do inside. Except that. They won't even let you upgrade these, which I think is a pity. Now. So out from some kind of pattern and... Oh, hi Lobo. How are you? Whatever flowers we'll use on this thing. What did I use on the... yeah, what did I use on these?
Anybody want to play truant?
I went with henbane. Henbane is pretty good on wood. This is a little different. On this... what Chicory not so much. Yeah, we'll see. Great, thanks. Oh, that's good to hear. So, how are you shaping up for the weekend? There, so that's what we've got so far. Now, I've used a 3-1 combination, I've used a 3-4 combination, and I've used a 2-3 combination. So what are we going with now? I would say 4. Let me see. Here, I'm going to find this out now in a second. I'll experiment a little bit. So the fish thing, I've already done that, let's say, on the other stuff. I've done that. I've basically done it all in one stage or another. Here, what's that? That's 4. Oh, 4 is terrible with the colouring, isn't it? Okay, we'll have to go probably... Well, 2 and 3 and 3 and 4 I've done. And I've done that as well, that was on the barns. So what have we went... Oh, 3 is basically this one, isn't it? Yeah. I don't know. I'll have to pick one of them anyway. We want something then with a good background on this orange. I'm going more towards the blue look. Oh, they're ridiculous. No. Okay. So this is 4. Well, 4 is something I used, and yeah, it's okay. We go with 4, and this will be for all of the orange. And here, okay, something that stands out a bit more. Nah, fish. Oh, the bear always stands out pretty good on that. So 4 and then the bear. And that's how we'll go with the production. And that's the best we can do, guys. What a kind of colour scheme. Okay, 4 and bear. Right, let's hit it. We'll get this one done. I don't know what we use. The flowers would be simple enough to see. The ones that we didn't use. Not going with John's wort, it's horrible. I've used pretty much the other ones. But chicory probably, because we've got the blue outside. Chicory would blend well. Yeah, we'll probably go with the chicory. So chicory for orange and then the bear symbol. Anything with wood. Let me see how much more decorating. I think we'll take some plaques on the outside, but we'll have to go with the banners, most likely. Probably the kind of spear-shaped ones that don't drag down so much over the detail. So each type of certain building are trying to do a different colour or kind of, layout or scheme on it, a little different. Something to set it apart. Now, we're going bare here, isn't it? No, we can't do any other outer stuff. That's kind of good, I suppose. And we're going 4, isn't it? Probably the best we can do. Well, the blue stands out on the orange anyway. next time, guys. That was the wrong one, wasn't it? No, it's 4. Oh yeah, the flower was hidden with a window box. Yeah, there you can see it now. I'm definitely going for chicory. See what I mean? You've got that there. Yeah, we'll go with the chicory. There we go, guys. That's the best we can do with that. Now, I think they'll allow us some banners, and that's about it. I do like to take every opportunity to put as much as I can on these. Yeah, something like that. Here we'd have to go with that type of banner, I'd say. I think they'll allow us a banner, won't they? Yeah, just banners. Well, on the front I want to do the flag thingy. And then we'll go banners on the side. Yeah, okay. And that's just colour and... Okay, so we go... That. Once I get the emblem up and running, it should appear on this. Just hadn't got the time to do it yet. And then with here, you see how they kind of push down too far. So I'm gonna go with these guys. Yeah. Oh, those ones are ridiculous to go down a lot. I used them in the inside behind fireplaces. They were kind of interesting, I suppose. Well, that's it. That's our decoration part, anyway. Say, like here. These were a little different because you had a fireplace with no window. So I think it worked. That's why I did that in black. The smaller ones, fireplaces right beside the windows, putting in black. It's kind of silly. You know, but these kind of mid ones, they're the only ones you could do that on that. Okay, so that's our workshop. Now we need to bring over our NPCs. We'll get rid of the other one. Let's see who is... Oh, hang on. Let's see who's in that workshop. Okay. Ed Bruger. That's a name. With no apprentice. Fair enough. Oh. I gotta see what the other one has as well. What were we actually making here? I want to see the stats on that. I have it tuned perfectly to... Well, maybe a little bit more than what I need. Let's see. Workshop. Well, intensity is 67%. And what are we doing in this? We're making buckets at 67. Even that's a bit much. But we'll give it a shot. I have that tuned to this guy here on 100% with planks and logs. 67 and buckets, okay. 67 and buckets. But I think that's, you know, going for the cows with milk and everything as well. If I do too much, we'll fill up our stocks too quickly. 67 and buckets, okay. Starts with a need, there she is. Away you go. Oh, that's your new home. Now we gotta get rid of this other one. We gotta get rid of that command as well on it. And we destroy that. Get it out of there. All of this will be going eventually. There. Right. Let's go. Oh, the door. I forgot to do the door on that other thing as well. We'll get rid of that door shortly. She's kind of stuck. Don't worry. I'll get rid of this shortly. You'll be able to get out. Oh, come on. Oh, there's something in here. Oh, there is. Clay balls. That's weird. Done. Now let's dump this junk. No, I want those. Okay. Well, that's another one out of the way. Now I'll see if I can neat it up a little bit, but usually I'll do this kind of final stage layout, let's say, a little later. Once I've got other stuff done, but yes, let's see if if the ground is level enough, I might be able to use the iron railings. Yeah, I'm not sure, to be honest. You'd nearly need the old fence in to see, but we could give it a shot. But she's pretty much sorted for a while, anyway. Oh yeah, there's something else. The door. Yeah, the door. Oh, nothing yet, anyway. Oh, hang on, it won't let us change the door. That's horrible, isn't it? Yeah. No, it won't let us change the door. It doesn't matter then. Pity. Yeah, it won't let you use the light on that one. No, the door stands, I think. Yeah, the door stands. Okay. Saves me the problem of doing it anyway. Right, okay. Now, let's see. The hedges, it's not looking good because it comes too close to this, and it's definitely not what I want. You know, if you start doing that with a hedge, you'll have to do the whole lot, and it's ridiculous. It doesn't look very good, you know. It's not too bad here. I didn't mind doing it here because it will be a contrast to the fence on the other side. But on the outside, no, doing the whole thing for what it is absolutely not worth it. Now, let's see. Right, that's our save anyway. So, let's say getting rid of that. If we went, and let's see what it would look like. If the ground is not perfect, it will kind of stagger, and I'm not really into that. Let's see, we just see what way it would go. Probably going there. This is going to be all over the place, but just to give us a rough kind of visual on it. Oh, blend's pretty good. And I could see myself do that. Now, you wouldn't have to have any access out of here. It would just force the NPCs, which I want to do, to walk through here and come through here. And then we could have all of the kind of work junk here done. And the space here would be a ton of junk, haystacks, that kind of rubbish. And we'd still have access through here, even when the fence goes up. I was pretty careful, we'd have a ton of access. They'll be moved later. So through the barn and out here. I'd say it would work, guys. I want to force these guys in. Oh, hang on. And then would have to sugar. Now that's something. Let's see. Well, I'm definitely forced to go from here anyway. Can we get that in really neat? Oh, reasonable. And then on a straight line to roughly there. And that would be our little compound. Obviously we put bars and all kinds of junk and stuff in there. But this is my problem all the time with this. See this? I think for those two I might get away with it. That's my issue there. It's pretty level here. Surprisingly good. And this is where it starts to go a bit scoutways. Here. Now, hang on for just one moment. Oh, sugar. I won't be using this anyway. This might be a bit drastic, but... And I could cut down the roadway as well. No, well, I couldn't cut down the roadway. Let me see. We'd roughly be coming something like that. No, you'd have to take the road out. Nah, well, no, we'll definitely be going around that way. That's not negotiable. If we went from the edge back, I would kind of prefer to go on that there. I wonder is that doable? Let's see if that one's doable. This is just our little test run here for a moment. No, it won't let me do that because of the roadway. Oh, maybe. It might be worth taking the piece off and adding it later to get that completely straight. Let's see how it would work from here. I don't know if it's worth the hassle. Probably just better off going back center from that. Maybe actually going from here. Then you'd be stopping here, and that's my problem. And it won't do anything small. You'd have to... I don't know. It's kind of horrible like that. You'd be definitely doing that. That's the way that would go. But I have a plan. Maybe. If we want to get this at some kind of decent symmetry. Let's say as a filler on this, personally myself, which might not be a bad idea. We could do something on the other side. I would do maybe... Oh, I'll be using a daffodil, I'd say. That might work, guys. It'll give me an excuse to do it on the other side as well. And maybe on this. We go around with that junk. Well, this would have been later for decorating, to be honest. But, maybe. We just do this roughly for a moment. Well, it won't be that, it will. I always find those daffodils to be... Here, okay, maybe we do... the daisies are horrible. Henbane. What's that? They're really horrible, St. John's Wort. Yeah, you'd want a smaller flower on this. It would either be daisy or daffodil, or dandelion. So it's definitely dandelion. The other ones are a bit high for the box. It'd be something like that. It'd definitely colour up a little bit. Yeah, you could do something like this. You could go halfway from that. This is a tad off, as you can see, so a piece of the road would have to go. This would come in, and then the piece would have to go back, which would be easy enough. It would go right through the fence. It's not a biggie. We close that up and we force the NPCs to come through here. Personally, I'll take out both of these, to be honest. Oh, sugar. Took the wrong one out. And now we're forcing the NPCs down here. Everyone coming to the main gate. This would be dead ground that we could put the haystacks and all kinds of rubbish thrown around. And we'd have a lot of access in here as well. Now, this kind of cramps my style with one thing. It doesn't really matter on this side because there's no access from the other because of the road. But here, on these, let's say, wanting to go with maybe those. Shouldn't be too much of a problem. It'll be nice and tight on that hedge. Something like that. Let's have a look at the other guy as well. That's just part of the decoration process. Let's see this one. Oh, that's a better choice, I think. Yeah, slightly better choice, but not by much. Although I must admit, hiding all of that edge of the hedge is too appealing to me. Yeah, that would be a better choice. That's something we can do a little later. Oh, hi OMG, and how are you? So yeah, that would probably be the rough layout there. I'm still not 100% on this because of the other side, obviously. There's not much we can do. Oh, hang on. It's probably too much of an area. But let's say we kind of go halfway out and scoop this around. Let's see how this would look. Yeah, just while we're here, before I reload this up. I don't need to be too hasty yet. So let's say we go out to about, let's say there, and we bring that in a straight line, which I would probably much prefer to do. Yeah, I think that's how we go, guys. So we bring it back about another 2 squares. We'll line it up. We'll try and get central on the wall. Just bought that little... Oh, did you? Nice. Yeah, do you want to see what's on it? I can show you. Yeah, there's not a ton, but it's pretty decent. You know, you get the large hedging. That's the large one. That's a small one. But not a lot, not as much as you might think. If you'd like, I can show you. If you want to see it yourself later, I understand. But it will give you those large trees. But you'll only be able to buy 1 seed per season from a special vendor. He'll usually turn up, well, he always turns up at one of the ends. But sometimes it's a bit buggy. On a couple of occasions he didn't show up at all, and other times his inventory didn't reset. But you'll average at least, let's say every 3 years, ideally you'd get 12 seeds, but you'd at least get 11. It's rare. But you want to be getting those seeds as much as possible. You only get 1 per season. The other ones, yeah, pretty much. And if you're using the spruce trees, you'll be lucky to get 2 of those per season. But good news is, you can start dropping down spruce seeds and getting the seeds. But the drop is pretty horrible. The drop is about 10 to 1. Yeah, so I did a lot of tree chopping here, to get these. Yeah, so that's it, guys. We'll go with this. We'll mark it out for If we can, it'll probably arrive about here. And we'll go central on this. This guy here. Straight around here. And yeah, that would be the one, I'd say. Right. What do you think? We'll give this a shot or move to something else? We'll see if we can do the basic layout of it anyway. Well, until that goes in, let me see. Can we still fit this guy? If we're in trouble, we can't. I might actually do this little bit of fencing first. We'll have to literally stop at each one because I want these to be kind of hidden. Yeah, it's doable, alright, guys. It's definitely doable. Not an ideal way, you know, when you're stopping at each one, but yeah, that one as well is a little bit off. But yeah, something like that. You'd have to be a little bit more careful putting them in. Okay, we'll get the fence in, we'll get that over with. And then we can see if we can come into any problems. But we have a rough layout for what we want there. Well, we've got some more decorating ideas as well. You get some more bushes, but they'll only blossom in summer for that one season. Get a white rose bush, that thing, and that yellow flowering shrub. The others are evergreens, so they're green all the time until autumn, obviously. So, you know, the best time then for viewing your settlement would be summer, which is kind of nice. Everything will be in bloom. Now let me get something while this is loading up. I get something to drink. So we'll start that little fence thing. Before we do that as well, look at stupid gates. That's going to be a problem. I think I might put the gates directly on the tree. We'll have to sort that one out. We don't really need gates, but it'll be a nice little addition. I think hiding the posts will be better. So, basically, we've got an entrance here, so we can start at this side of the entrance, go all the way here, or right to there, and then we can start from there and go right to there, and then we're pretty much stuck until we figure out, you know, kind of what we're doing on this side. Okay, let me see. I could put another entrance down here, it wouldn't look so bad. You know, maybe around there. Probably get away with it, but it'll have to be quite wide. Okay, let's see. So we've come up with a reasonable plan for this one. We're going center on this, and it will use up a lot of the ground as well, which we need. Here, we'll leave those there for a moment. So let's save it here. Now there's a few ways, I suppose, of approaching this. The gates they give, they're not great. It would be great if they snapped onto something. But no, not the way it goes. Now let's see. Well, basically, we'll be kind of starting from there, blah blah. Now, in theory you could push it out, push the gates, but that's going to be horrible. So you're most likely going to wind up, and these are the only ones that are even reasonably looking. Are these guys? Where are they? Those ones. The other ones are too high. Those ones there. So you'd be probably, and we're even lucky that they fit, to be honest. And then they'll have to be lined up, of course. So you'd probably be going. And even when you line them up perfect, you come back later and they're offline again. Let's just put it there for a moment. You see what I mean? And because of the height, you know, that ground would have to be perfectly flat to keep those at the same level. Remember the Fallout system, if you're doing fencing, it would kind of sink into the ground. Yeah, not here. So I'm not sure about even putting gates here at all. Now, you might be able to make that look a little less if I... Let me see. If we go to a central point here. A little bit sillier, but let's see. And if we go here on a central point, it might not be so obvious. Yeah, at least it's not as obvious. But you can still see that bit of difference. So it will probably be something like that. Once they're built, I can push them in a little better, but... yeah, let's see. Never been happy with the look of those, to be honest. Not too bad, I suppose. Yeah, okay, let's move them properly into place. Which is almost impossible. Let me see. But we'll give it a shot anyway, we'll see. The other one wasn't in a bad position either, was it? But as far as gates are going, that's as good as it's gonna get. Now, the kind of hard part here is what I plan to do with this. And this will be the trickiest part. I'll be bringing the fence here down to here and then going along, so that will be the thing. So, okay, either way we'll have to leave those in. It's those are nothing really. You could, I suppose, do something like this, but then you're going into a world of hurt here. There's no way you could get this to blend properly. You could go with one of these, but you can't get it in there, and then you could go here, and we've already have one, and you're still stuck with a fencing problem. And it would look really horrible. So no, I think this is the best of a bad situation. Now, let's save this one. I can get this whole problem done. But we'd have to be very, very careful on this. So we're literally, without stopping, we'd have to bring it from here all the way down to the next entrance. Where is it? Yeah, we'd be bringing it from there all the way down to there without stopping. So we want to be very, very careful we get these central. This would be probably the hardest bit. Okay. Oh, that's as close apparently as it goes. Let me see. You could do something, let's say hiding it more on the fence, on the edge. You're pushing it back a lot though, aren't you? You're probably better off coming in line with this guy. No, that's about as good as it goes. But the fence, the hedge will cover, you know, the rest of it anyway. Now, this will be kind of, you know, the center will have to be probably roughly there, bringing it out to the edge, covering that. And I think that would be the one we need. Each piece will have to be pretty hidden. So a tad back from center. Something like that. Well, we'll see where it goes. We don't have to be massively accurate, but a reasonable amount. And I can't even look at the first piece I've done, because if I break this, if you're trying to patch onto this again, it looks horrible. So it has to be done in one piece. So I can't even see if I got the other one right, but I think it's okay. I think it's reasonable enough. If I pull this in one long line, you know, it won't be hidden behind this. Xbox controller is pretty stupid. Especially for this kind of stuff. There's a mod on Fallout 4 called Place Anywhere. My god, it would really come in handy here. Especially for this stuff. Yeah, I could do this right in the tree. And the same with the lights. You know, I could hide a lot of junk from the lights. This is always going to be the iffy part of it anyway. But a lot of this I'll be able to get done, let's say, you know, when I'm not streaming. And there's a lot of it to do.
To erect so many buildings that quickly. Everyone called him Bob.
It's a pity, let's say, when the developers were making this fence, they didn't put in a second downward pole. Let's say it would go from the same one. You get a more central look then, but once you start again, it starts another pole. I can't really stop this until we get to that other entrance. The other entrance is not too bad, because it's just one piece, so we're just one gate going on that, so it should be easy enough to negotiate. this before it gets dark. I'm in right trouble. Ah, okay. We're getting there. We're about 2/3 of the way there. It's getting dark pretty quick. It doesn't have to be massively perfect, but it's just the best we can do. Hide as much of that foundation pole as possible. Oh my good God, we'll never get here. Oh, we're kind of bucketed because we need to keep going until this is done. No matter how dark it gets, we'll have to start over again. Okay, where's that road? For good God's sake. It's going to take an entire day just to get that much of the fence in. And not much we can do. I have to roll with it. Okay, it's not too far now. Where is it anyway? That's it down there. Another 20 of these, I'd say would do it. Took me a lot longer than I thought it would. I'm afraid to try and see if I can put on the lamp in case it breaks me out of this, so we'll have to do without it. Oh, come on. It's going to be extremely hard to do now. Yeah, I'm going to have to try and put the lamp on. Yes! Okay, it gives me the lamp. I thought it would take me out of build mode. Good, we have a chance then. I wasn't sure if it would. Come on, you little... Okay, it's not too far anyway, I'd say. Might have been no more than we could chew here for the time of day. Okay, tell me, where are we now? Oh, for good God's sake. Yeah, there's the road there we gotta get to. I can't really speed this up too much. And lucky we had the lantern. Yeah, I can't be central on this. Gonna allow for the other post. Back to the edge. I'd say we're almost there. And we can build it in the morning. This guy needs some sleep. Oh, he's food and water anyway. Should be okay for a while. Oh, thank goodness. It's this one here. This one can go dead center. Roughly around there. Maybe not dead center, but there. Yeah, that's it. Now, let's find the bed. Yeah, we'll bunk in with the neighbours. Whoops. Hang on. There we go. One more there. Oh, we'll check on our NPCs as well, the ones I've almost got maxed out. We'll have a quick look at those guys. Now, yeah, you can see what we have now. Well, this is the one we really need to see here. Let's see, is it good enough? Better be. Yeah, that's pretty good. Yeah, that's nice. Yeah, it's reasonably hidden. Yeah, I think that would work. Now, let's save this here. Now let's check those two NPCs I was talking about. See if any of them max out on that skill. It's the easiest way to find them, really. No, she's 9 on hunting, so she's okay. She should just level up. I think that was one I got on the quest. Yeah, because she's really old. Usually I have them maxed out a lot sooner. Yeah, I think she is. Oh, that was the one that thought she bought a village. Yeah, she got conned. Where's that other one? It's Georgina. The other one. Herbalist. Yeah, she's still working on that. Yeah, she's good. Yeah, we're good. Now, let's check our apprentices for a moment. Again, this is probably the best way to have a look at them. Let me see. Cook, so they're 9 on that. They'll soon be maxed, and we'll throw them into the mine until they're 18, and then we'll put them in there for real. Farm worker 7, miner, they're done. 9 on that. Miner, blacksmith 8 on that. 8 on that. And the cook is 7. And the water carrier is 8. Yeah, okay. Everyone seems to be okay. Now, let's see what we got. Actually, I prefer to do that from out here. Yeah, I think I can work with that. Well, that's the best you're gonna get those double posts hidden. Depends on the way the tree is falling as well, you know, on a height. Yeah, I think that will do. We'll all have access from here and the other side, so not too bad. We'll use up a lot of our logs. I have a ton of logs because I had to chop a lot of trees for these. That will give us some leeway as well to do the rest of the stuff in here.
I'm so tired of teenagers. They question everything.
Best about this, it will force settlers to split up a bit as well. There we go.
Conversations about the weather.
It's not too bad. I think that would work.
Politics.
Yeah, it's pretty neat. Yeah, it's really neat actually. Oh, there's no way you could ever do that by eye. You definitely need some kind of template for that. That's cool. I think we can live with that. I'll eventually be doing it here once I figure out what I'm doing down here. So, okay, that's out of the way. We've got our other guy in. It's summer now, so let's see if we can start using up this junk here for a moment. We just need 4 of these in for the time being. Right, and that tray. Oh, I'll leave it there till I figure out what I want to do with those. Yeah, we'll only manage 4 of these, 2 on each side. And that is a rose bush, isn't it? Yeah, wild rose bush, apparently. Come on now. There. To the other side, and then we'll find something to do. I still have a large garden to do. Where is it? In there eventually. I said I was going here, wasn't I? No, we might not have to go with that stupid flower thing then, I suppose. We'll see. That is... hang on. There. That would do. Now just one more here. Now, I don't know, that's a great spot for the white bush, isn't it? I'll have a look in a moment. And we can always get them out later if we want to. Not a biggie. Oh, where's the other one here? That's not bad. Okay, let's check those white rose bushes. Well, I intend to go with what I've done on the other side with the fence. You know, here and here. I'm not quite sure what I want to do yet with that one. But, yeah, I think we get away with a white rose bush here. We can use the one up we have on the other side. What was the other one called anyway? Green shrub. No, that's the wild rose bush. Not that one. There it is, there. White flowering shrub. Squish this guy in it. Let's say using that there. Back as far as we can go. I'm not sure, guys. There's that. Here, let me use this one as well. Oh, I wouldn't use the trees, would I? What do you think, guys? It's interesting enough, I suppose. I don't know. I definitely wouldn't be using them there. I don't know, let's promise. Yeah, I think I'll go with that instead. I've got a response for that one. Yeah, I just don't like, you know, even the way it kind of raises too much in the bottom. And there's other spots I could use it, especially in the gardens. Probably better off filling it from here. I get it in one shot there. Yeah, okay. probably work with that one. Let's move this guy out of the way. I wonder, can we find a little spot in here for this? I don't know, good as any, isn't it? Yeah, I could kind of see that working there. You'd only be able to get in 4, but yeah, we'll move the other one over here in a moment. Yeah, good a spot as any. Put a little basket here later and we'll be good to go. Now, I just do this tiny bit of decorating, and I've got about a half an hour, so we'll try and get to another season. Well, no, there's no point. Yeah, I can do that later, I suppose, today. See what we can get done here before we move on. Let me just get these guys in. That's pretty decent. Where am I getting the other one? Down here. Yep. Yeah, I like it. Okay, the flowers. I'll move this one out. This is the last one I have here, so just wanted to use it up.
Never end.
I'll just put them down here roughly and I'll sort them a little later. And whenever we get to that trader spot, it still needs a good bit of a makeover. But for the time being, we'll leave them here.
I could really do with a drink.
Ah, sugar. Right, let's get this guy a drink. We're pretty close to that. Oh my. Usually here when I'm building, I would turn off the food and water requirements, so I'm not bothered by that. There, we're good. What do we get here? These last two. Well, that should do for the time being until whenever I get down here and sort out what we need. Yep. For a while at least. Now, what can we do for another 25 minutes? Oh yeah. Well, it'd be too boring watching me doing the lineup for this. Yeah, I suppose we could get to another season. It wouldn't hurt. I'd have to shuffle these guys around again. I wonder if there's any quests we can do here. Probably. Yeah, that's what we'll do. That should work. This is what we've got so far. So I'll try and get this stuff in by the time I'm back tomorrow. I'll get that sorted out and measured out. I should have I don't know, I'll probably have enough time. But I'll be probably coming out here and going about a halfway on this. And then I can use boughs and all kinds of woodwork stuff. You know, filling up this area, I suppose. Yeah. I'll throw down planks down here, that kind of thing. Sure, I'll be able to get something going on it. What did I say? Nothing much we can do. Even to start this would take a It'll take us over an hour to do this. An hour-ish. Let's save this one. So we can do a few quests. Oh, hang on. We can do a few quests here, or maybe skip to another season. We might be better off. I'd say we do the quest. Well, I'll eventually be putting the sign back here, so it will kind of cover this area regardless. I need to back out of the way until I do the fencing. I don't think that fencing would show up on the map anyway. Yeah, that would work. Oh, let's see. There wasn't a lot done, but it was complicated enough. Now, let's see. Let's see what we're going to do. Oh, the quests, I suppose. I wouldn't mind having a look for that stupid NPC either. Yeah, we do something a little different. Yeah, we'll do a bit of hunting and we'll look for that NPC. Hitting some of the other roads. I've only got about 20 minutes. Yeah, let's save that. And instead of taking the horse, we'll go with the donkey this time. I've already put a saddle on it. I want to see if it's the same speed. I'd say it would be. Let's see if we can... Oh, Hubert has a quest, guys. Yeah, okay, we forgot about that one. Hubert's quest.
What can I do for you?
Okay. First of all, let's see what time it is. It's a bit late, but we definitely have to do his quest.
Hello there.
What are you up to, boy? I need your help. I forgot about this one. Mom asked me to get some of Denica's delicious pies. Well, that's close enough. But you'll have to walk with this guy. She gave me a pouch of coins. Okay? Do you know the safest way to the village? I don't want to get robbed on the road. I can see the way this is going. You are wise to wait for me. You should not wander far from your own. I will help you, lad. Okay. Great. I will hold the sack. I was entrusted to look after the coins. She's got a lot of savings, I see. Never mind. We should be on our way already. Okay. Cobblewood Kines. That's a very, very old name. That's Norman, as far as I know, OMG. Derives from the word Hugh. Yeah, Hubert. Used to be pretty common in the 1930s and the 1940s, but it's a really old French Norman name. Yeah. But when it's broken down into English, it's not the greatest name. Yeah, being Hubert. Yeah. In French, it's a little different, but it's an anglicized version of it, of course. Like my name is Podrick, in Gaelic. The anglicized version of that is a lot different. But that, I think, was the most popular name in the 30s. Yeah. Even the UK has a lot of it today, obviously. Not the likes of some actors, let's say, like even Hugh Jackman, let's say. You know, Hugh Grant, that kind of thing. Albert. Yeah, that's German ancestry, isn't it? Used a lot in the UK as well because of the German connection with Queen Victoria. I think she was... One of her parents was German and she married an Austrian or German, wasn't it? Yeah, Albert. That would have kind of German ties to it. Hubert, I'm sure, or Hugh would have been Normandy, the kind of Norman thing. And seeing as the Normans were here, let's say, for over, let me see, over a millennia actually. Yeah, it would have been a name here. But all of those old names now are getting replaced. But I'm sure it sounded out a lot different. It's just when, you know, it was anglicised. Now, let's go with that one. But it's the most English sounding name I can find. On this, there's names and they're mostly like kind of Eastern European and kind of stuff. That was one of the few. Now, where are we going? To Denica, isn't it? Where's that guy? Yeah, is he gonna follow me or what? He better, it's getting late. Right, kid, let's do this. I think we have to go this way. We're here, and yeah, that's straight to Denica. Okay, we'll probably have to turn on that. No, it's there. My son seems to be very committed to the task. I'm noticing in his expression that being in charge of the assignment means a lot to him. That'll teach him responsibility now. Off we go to Denica. Yeah, okay. Let's do this. But Schubert, yeah, oh my, that hasn't been used in so long. I think Hubert was used around the mid to late 1800s. The name Hugh then kind of took over. Another version of it. Yeah, that hasn't been used in quite some time. I don't think I know anyone called Hubert. Know a lot of Hughes. Oh, hi Dungeon Master. Thanks for the raid. I appreciate it. Just getting ready to raid shortly in another 15 minutes. You know, the usual 6 hours I do. So how have you been? What have you been up to? There's still a lot of the old names here. But mostly with the older people. Now, let's say, you know, here people are naming their kids after celebrities, actors, and even perfumes. Like, Chloe is actually making a... You know, there's a lot of young ladies being called Chloe, which is the name of a perfume also. Yeah, a lot of tradition getting lost. Trying Fallout forward some mods. Cool. Now let me just quickly get something to drink, guys. I know it's a bit of a pain, but I've got to stay hydrated. There we go. I think I'll go for some Scottish Iron Brew this time. I've had enough water, even though I'm supposed to drink lots of it. But I can bend the rules for a little bit. Now, there won't be a moment. Right, there we go. Let's see what I need in Denica. Oh, here it is. Talk to your son. There's me with a big axe. What's the matter, son? Oh no, Dad, someone robbed... Oh, hang on. How did I manage to do that? No, he's probably lost it. Oh my... Half of the coins are gone. Yeah, we're probably gotta go look for him. There's a hole in my pouch. It must have ripped while we were marching. What are we going to know? I could make up the difference from my pocket, but it wouldn't be any good for your sense of responsibility. We will have to figure it out differently. Oh, that's the only option we have. Found a mod that allows one. I've seen that a while back, yeah. The one I seen on the Xbox was, it had something like 50 names or something. Yeah, it was a list that you picked from. But maybe that one you've seen was a kind of, you type it out yourself. That's pretty cool. I was looking for that, a long time ago, but couldn't find any on Xbox. But then you know what the Xbox kind of mod system, when you're looking for something, is almost impossible to find. Allowed to type it. Oh, that's cool. That one I'd be very interested in. You're gonna have a lot of fun with that one. Yeah, that one is pretty good. And you're on Xbox, aren't you, Dungeon Master? Or are you on PC? You're on Xbox, cool. Yeah, that must have been out within the last few years on Xbox, cool. Yeah, that's a very... what was the size of the file? Pretty small, I'd say. Yeah, that's cool. I was looking for one of those for ages. What was the name of the mod, in case I ever play Fallout again? That would be something I'd be really interested in. Or even better again, even the name of the mod would be no good. It's very hard to find. The name of the author. You know, whoever, whatever modder did it. It's easier to track down mods that way. One of my favourites in Fallout 4 would be My Home Is Your Home. It's definitely my favourite mod. And I remember I lost it from my lineup, an update or something. And I typed in the name of the mod. I couldn't find it for love or money. But eventually I tracked down the name of the guy who did it and just put his name in. And then I got it straight away. So you're better off looking for the mod author, you know. Yeah, this is the only one we have. Okay, should we go back home and return here with more coins? Mother will be disappointed with you nonetheless. Let us start by taking the pie to the merchant anyway. Okay. Okay, where's this stupid merchant? Good God. Let me see. Yeah, I'd say it would be pretty small. Yeah, what was it on that? Oh, it's not too bad on Fallout, actually. They give you 5, isn't it? 5 gigabytes or something, or is that Skyrim? Yeah, I remember. One of them had 5 gigabytes and the other only has 2. I think it's the other way around, yeah. I think Fallout has 2 or 3 gigabytes, isn't it? And Skyrim has 5. Yeah, that should really be at least 5, if not more. But then again, that game is barely held together. Yeah, where is this, talk to the cook? What cook? Oh, there's a cook, yeah, I know what a cook is. What's her name? Frida or something, or...
I don't understand girls.
There's the cook there. Kinga. Whatever her name is. Yeah, Kinga. We were following the amazing smell of fresh baking. Then the spies are famous throughout the valley. Welcome, welcome. Ah, let's see. You are too kind. The pie recipe is my family's secret. We charge 50 coins, oh my god, per pie. You arrived just in time since they're fresh and delicious. We wish to buy 3 pies for our family. My son would like to make the purchase on his own. Coins are in his pouch. Well, this is a problem, as he said he lost them. Custom settler naming. Nice.
I love when it's well.
Custom settler naming. Yeah, I'll definitely remember that. Let me take a look at him. It seems that you are about half the amount that you need. We had a minor setback unaware. Some of our coins were lost on the road. Could we get a little discount? I do not give discounts on principle. Here we go. Though I could make use of two brawny fellas. Oh, we got a job to do. Do me a favour first, and we'll get back to the matter. Listen. The water supplies are running out. Could you please fill those empty buckets? Remember not to use the water from our village well. It does not meet my expectations and change the taste of baking. Here we go. As for the second task, so we'll have to go back to our own well. I came up recently with a new flavour of bread. I would like to spread the word around while they're still fresh. Here, take some and hand them out to the villagers to try out. This is really going to take some time. This is how you pay for careless. You can count on our help. Okay. Right. Talk to your son. Okay. Too bad we didn't have enough coins. Anyway, we got lucky. Just have to fulfill those tasks in order to save face before Mum. Money cannot buy everything, but I'm sure it can save you a lot of time and additional trouble. Come on now, son. We have work to do. Okay, talk to... is it guys here we've got to talk to? Yeah, there's one. Come here, you.
I've got nothing interesting to say.
Oh, we'll have to sleep here. Ha ha. Oh no, that's the wrong one. Where is she? There she is. There we go. We bring delicious taste from our local kitchen. Please. Blah 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 blah. Delicate smooth texture. Thank you. Blah blah blah. Okay, that's one. There's another guy there. Come here, you. At least they're all in the same village. That's something. New flavor, blah blah blah. Okay, you're welcome. Okay, we got one more here. It's lucky it's in the same village. Hey, don't. Okay. Alright, that's that. Now we've got to talk to her. Oh, Hubert. Keeps trapping me in a building like that. It's not too bad there. I could move back from the door, but if it was in one of those smaller huts, there's no getting out. Now, okay. Talk to who? Who am I talking to now? Oh, this lady down here. Not a great time. I'll have to sleep, I'd say. Greetings. Is this one of the local bakings? Yes. Flavor of new bread. Please give it okay, blah blah blah. I recognize the baking anywhere. The craftsmanship is unique to our kitchen. But those have something new about them. It's worth visiting it soon. Sure it is. That's that. Now, we need 4 buckets of water, she said. Well, we can't get it from a well anyway. So we'll make our way home. Well, you can only fill from a well. And there's only one place you can actually fill the buckets, and that's from your own one. So, let's get back quick. We'll actually sleep as well here. We'll bring that and we'll finish this quest and then we're done. I usually ignore these, but the ones you do for your son and your wife, and especially ones for wife, brings in new settlers. And I think the son one will kind of keep him happy, and when he turns 18, you know, he gets more stats, I think. Oh, that light. Yeah, we'll sleep in our own spot anywhere for a moment. We fill from that well.
Perfect weather for some mischief.
I wonder, for the quest, we'll see if it will fill from the water. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see. Let me see. But I've never been able to fill these buckets from the river. Yeah, we're gonna find out now anyway. But I think no, because I can't do it anyway. No, you just get the option to drink, you see that? No, we have to fill from our well. So what was it, 4, isn't it? Yeah. Well, she said, oh, there's only one way to do it. Where's that well? Yeah, you'd have to fill from a well. You can't use their wells anyway. Craft. Bucket of water. 4. Oh my. 2, 3, 4. That should do. That's it. We won't go back now at night. It's ridiculous. Okay. I still have a lot of work to do here with fencing. I just get this little one out of the way this season. It'll probably disappear next season. There. We get this finished as quick as we can. Knowing me, I'll probably come back on in a few hours doing a little bit if I can't sleep. Yeah, come on, kid. Well, yeah, he's still with us. Right, let's go. Once I start closing these, and I'm not sure about lighting, guys, would ruin the game. I might in certain places put the lights, I'd say.
In my day,
Here, there's no way I'm going with trees.
do I sound
Just
like a
these and some low fencing. Most likely. But I have to find a spot for probably 10 more of the medium-sized houses. Yeah, it's going to be pretty big by the time I'm finished, but I tried to get a little bit more down here than usual. Especially with the decorating part of it, you know? Oh, hang on. It's the wrong way. We're going this way. Yeah, this is the way. Custom name settling. Custom settler naming. Pretty to the point, alright. Oy, oy, oy. There she is up here. Yeah, we got your water. Yeah. Are you kidding me? You're back. I had a few new customers lately. It must have been thanks to your help. The word is spreading very quickly. What about the water supply? Did you fill the buckets? We fill the buckets in the Great River. We took the buckets from a stream. We can't do any of that. We use the water from our own village well. We'll tell the truth. I hope it's better quality than ours. We could strike a supply deal of mutual benefit if it turned out true. That's interesting. Listen, many thanks for your help. I would have to take any breaks or respect because of you. New buyers are already starting to show up, even at the doorstep. Okay. Accept those pies of gratitude. Be well, blah blah blah. Thank you. There. I was always going to go the same anyway, wasn't it? What do we do now? Talk to your son. Right, we were returning welcher by a set of pies and a half a filled pouch. I've earned us some coin, Dad. He didn't get the lesson, did he? You were lucky that there was any errands for us to undertake. Remember to always appreciate work when it's available. It always pays off. Okay, this running was tiring. Good, blah blah blah, a lot of time, effort. We kept our word. Now let's go home, Dad. There. And don't worry, I won't take the pouch out of my sight this time. I'll hold you to that. Let's get back home. There. Now what are we gonna do? Oh, we gotta talk with the wife and give her the pies. Fair enough. This is the best way home, isn't it? No. I think it's the other road, isn't it? No. It's the other one. Right. Let's get home. Yeah, you can't really use a horse when the kid is here. Custom settler naming. Yeah, but this is where I stopped my settlement. It's pretty close to Danica. Yeah, I'll have to get rid of this forest shortly. There's a lot of them. This would be an ideal spot for either our fields, you know, or our houses. Monster of a settlement. The roads kind of did that. Forced me to use a lot of trees. And once I figure out what I'm doing in here, I can do the fencing on the other side and the same on my house. But the centerpiece is low fencing, I'd say.
No one?
Would work. Oh, okay, where's Mum? Oh yeah, she's I put her down here, I think. Yep. Okay. Finally, I started assuming that you'd run away with the money eating the delicacies yourself. We ran a few additional errands. Our son wanted to aid some of our neighbours with their daily routines. Okay. That's nice to hear. But to stay on the point, did you fulfill your task? Of course, we did. It required a bit of haggling, but we made it. That's it. Done. Talk to your son. There's that kid. He's 10. We'll have to wait 8 years before we can change over to this character. Thank you for mentioning thank you for not mentioning those coins. That is going to be our secret. Take the ones we managed to save aside in the end, okay? Keep the pouch, save it for something important. I will keep the pouch. Nah, we'll give it to him. There. Done. Cobblewood coins. That's that. Let's see, did we get anything unique? If it is, it's going to be in food. Nah, we didn't get anything unique. I'll check it later anyway. Let's see, I'm gonna have to dump some of this junk anyway. Now, let's see. Usual. Oh, that's it, guys. We're pretty much done. And about time, we did good. So that's it. We've gone about 5 or 6 minutes over, but that's cool. I needed to get rid of that quest anyway before I went to another season. I'll try and move on a few more seasons because I want to get this kid old enough so I can kind of switch over. And of course, age the population a bit, so the apprentices, you know, we can bring those in because they have to start families as well before I get enough settlers. If I get really stuck, I'll bring in some more. But for once, I wanted to do it properly. You know, I brought in just 2.5 dozen 30, you know, and then their offspring and then so on, you know, trying to do it that way. But I've been staying so long in the seasons building, it's been taking a while to kind of get it, you know, kind of going. Oh, my pleasure, Jaeger, and thanks for being here. So I will save it here, guys. Now, I will be back, of course, tomorrow at the same time, and hopefully I will have going on another 4 or 5 seasons as well. And maybe get a start on closing down that forest and getting a kind of final size on the settlement. But until I get most of the buildings in, I'm not sure how big I'll need it. And of course, you know, it's kind of holding me up. And then I need to figure out how many guys I need in here. You know, how many houses, and you know, I'll sort it out today. But I've got a reasonable amount of room. You know, I could always leave a section as a kind of pasture land. Just put some rubbish in it that could easily be destroyed and added some more houses if we need. Within reason. That's it, we're done. So, the usual guys, we'll do a raid. Hopefully you'll bear with me for that one. But that's me done until tomorrow. Or hopefully we'll start to get a bit more done. It will kind of come together slowly, you know, as we kind of plan it out, but we got a good bit done. And there's no rush anyway. We'll probably never come back to this game again, so we might as well make this a good one, huh? Yeah, the fence turned out pretty decent, I think. Yeah, there's nothing worse when you see a fence and it's all zigzag. But guessing it is almost impossible. And that one works. Especially with the trees. So, let me see. We'll just park ourselves here. So, goodbye, Jaeger, Dungeon Master, and thanks again for that raid. Young, Roberto. I think Roberto was on OMG. Let's see what else is here. Yakko, of course. Yakko. Martian, Cajun. See what else is here. Let me see. We're gonna go through the chat. Well, that's everyone I can see on that part. So thanks for being here, guys. Appreciate it. Have a good one. And of course, Terry, Hufflepuff, Tigger, Randy, Blonde, if you're watching. Have a wonderful weekend, ladies, and to everyone. And thanks for being here. And yeah, that's everyone I can see here. So there's obviously more of them. You know, I can't see it on my board, so I've probably missed a few. So if I have, apologies, of course, to whomever I might have missed. And again, thank you guys for watching. I appreciate it. I will be back here tomorrow, so if you have the time and so inclined, I hope to see you then. Until then, let's do this raid, and yeah, let's stop by, say hello to some of our friends, and yeah, I can get some rest. So let's do this, guys. Just takes me a little bit on Xbox. You'll get that Xbox logo up for a moment, and that will be me just looking for someone to raid. So, alright, let's see who's out here. And I definitely need something to eat as well.